You want, the basic idea here is that both Gamora and Spider-Woman are 5-drops that you can play with Miles Morales on the 6th turn. Alright, so Storm Atlantis then?
Wind, aid my hand.
Do I want to play Nebula into the flooding? It's +5, enough to win there. What if I... Might be. We'll see what they do. Narrator, it was not. Add them to our mental list of shitters to mute. Alright, I'll change the deck name from Jeff Jones Control because Chad is very triggered by the fact that I cut a card from a deck list and didn't update the name. 12 cards. Now it will be difficult for people to be upset with the deck name because it is accurate. Okay, so we'll storm. Honestly, I think we stepped in here. We'll storm the Triskelion. And then we'll go Spider-Man into Absorbing Man, Spider-Man, or Professor X in the center. I think I'm just going to count on Nebula to win the flooding at +4. We're going up to at least 10 there. Yeah, so these gold backgrounds, technically humans could have, but it's unlikely. No human being has, that Baron Mornar split. I think I'm supposed to Absorbing Man here, technically, to play around, them having Jeff the Shark. Hey, Ramaset, thanks for the brand new Prime. I posted some thoughts on Twitter about this morning, but it's just such a bad look that there's just, you go into any creator stream at the start of the season, it's just like them talking about the prevalence of bots in the game. Feels like if I was making a video game, that is not what I would want all of my top players that are playing at season reset to be on about. So the quarter of a year pizza. Congrats on your infinite last season. Is there a cap on collector's tokens? Just the integer limit. Before we Professor X the right here. Hyde, thanks for the almost 3 years. Welcome back. Star Rail was fun yesterday. I played a little bit more of it off stream. Probably something I'll poke in on my cell phone here and there. The PC build had some frame rate issues though. It like 100%ed maxed out my 2080 Super at several points, which is certainly an optimization issue and not a hardware issue. Thump, thank you for the over 5 years. Welcome back. Yes, Honkai Star Rail is the new turn-based RPG made by the folks that make Genshin. Veroma's better for us than Project Pegasus here. I don't really need the energy, I don't think. I was hoping to draw Absorbing Man here, but we didn't. Do we think it's worth playing Spider-Man out, hoping to spike the 1 in 3 Absorbing Man? I think so. Nebula OP. I think it's really difficult for a 1 energy card to be overpowered in a world where Killmonger exists with his current text box. Are there any decks that contain Nebula without armor? I don't think any reasonable person is playing Nebula without armor. Nice, nailed it. I think I want to move Jeff, but I also want to be able to play Miles next turn, so I think I'm just moving Nightcrawler. Play this here for tiebreaker. I think I leave Jeff in Nova Roma just in case something funky happens. Spider-Romans, I was gonna say we're beating Dr. Doom even, but they have Cosmo here, so they really can't do anything. One of the prevalence of bots is because of low number of players at the season. It's a reset here or just general matchmaking issue? I'm pretty sure it's a general matchmaking issue. Season reset should be when their player density is the highest. Plus, I have less, there's explicitly more bots at the start of the season than later in the season. So if you have more bots when your player density should be the highest, that's almost assuredly got to be a problem with the algorithm. That Spider-Woman art, she saves lives, chat. She saves lives. Yes, there are definitely fewer bots at rank 80 plus. That has also been my anecdotal experience. Hello, Joshua. So, this technically isn't a bot split, but they both played Angel and played Angel into Jotunheim. So, speaking of bots, this is a bot split. Bot splits, for those not familiar, refers to a split that human beings currently do not have access to, which Kirby Crackle with no background effect is one of those. You're deciding if you want to start Star Rail or Genshin. I mean, like the TLDR of Genshin versus Star Rail is like Star Rail is turn-based in space and Genshin is fantasy and real-time. The replacement for Jeff in this deck? Not really.
Wind, aid my hand.
Oh, that's a big rip for our boy. Hey, thank you for the 51 Bud Spellslinger. Appreciate it. Victory. It's good to see the old regulars hanging out as we've changed games and moved around over the years. 4, 5, and 6 years are not small amounts of time. Yeah, pretty good horde. Horde. Almost horde. I guess horde could be inaccurate. Core in Hoaglandia is what I intended to say. Jeff feels mandatory right now. Yeah, I mean, it's just a very generically good card. Professor X and Storm are both cards that he gives counterplay to. Oh, this means Nebula is guaranteed to trigger again this turn too, right? It's actually low-key pretty good for us. I think I want to... Oh, wait. The Lemuria counted Nebula. That's interesting. No cards are revealed. I guess it still counts as played. Let's slide Jeff so Miles is cheaper next turn, I think, is the plan. Okay, but she'll trigger this turn, right? Okay, so we're playing against Galactus. So we'll do this, I think. Spider-Woman would have been our best draw. That's unfortunate. Spider-Woman would have been absurd. Lost the coin flip to get her. Stay. Oh, they're a Chavez build, sure. Thanks for the reminder, Richard. I'll take the Discord down. In a good news, bad news type situation, the viewer numbers for last night's 10 p.m. rollover release stream were really mediocre, so I will no longer be subjecting myself to trying to do that. So we'll have fewer Jeff forgot to tag the Discord moments because I'll actually have slept the night before.
Wind, aid my hand.
You're in here at 10:30. You have 1,700 people roughly. Yes, I had 1,700 people, which meant I was below my average viewer count for streaming during the day. And if I'm going to, that's how I put it, new content generating a lower than average normal daytime viewer count is kind of problematic for the new content. It means there's not a strong interest in it, or it's releasing at a time frame when it shouldn't be releasing. Could be a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B, but I just did this. It's like, they're take their cube and fuck off then, I assume. Yeah, the release time is just like bafflingly bad. Hopefully they will work to change that. Because they've said they care about Twitch metrics and stuff like that, so the release time is bad for Twitch metrics too. It's also kind of weird to have a release while like no one's in the office. So again, like, this is something I find frustrating that you've done in my chat now, Fairly Gil. So you're saying that I don't understand my metrics and I don't get it. But I'm not just talking about my own metrics being mediocre. I'm talking about looking at everybody in the category and seeing that other people also had middling metrics for the evening too. So you're right that it's an off-stream time for me, but also, one, past seasons had above average metrics for that late time, so there's certainly just less interest in Snap as it gets older, which is expected, right? Like, games have their biggest hype during their closer to release months, but also, I'm not just talking about my own metrics here. In general, there's less, like, having, yes, that's also true. Daylight savings actually makes it even worse because it makes... The daylight savings change actually makes it an even hour later than normal for people. So it takes something that was already problematic and like pushes it into a more problematic territory. Nebula is the new Ragavan. I mean, kinda. I think that's probably a strong take. Ooh, Muscular Beaver. Do you have a good site that shows the average viewer count for game categories based on time of day? The normal site I use for Twitch stats doesn't track or display that cleanly. I would love to see that if you have a link to show, because that would very cleanly articulate my point. Anecdotally, I know that to be true, but having a non-anecdotal showcase of that would be ideal. People keep asking, is there more Killmonger? Chat, there's always been a ton of Killmonger. That's not new. Killmonger has been an omnipresent card in Marvel Snap for a long time. This is another bot. This is a bot split. Border effect with no background.
Wind aid my hand.
Hey, Turd Ferguson. Daylight savings is the worst. It really is. Thank you for the 2 months. You're just keying off of anecdotes too. I use Sully Dome. I don't think Sully Dome has time. Oh, does this show overtime? Oh, this does. I missed that Sully Dome has it overtime. Yeah, I could show that in a second. Good shout. I don't know how I missed that. I must just like ignore that chart typically. We'll go Spider-Man into Professor X here on the left, I think. Bot diggity. Oh, I didn't press the button. They have a Cosmos. There's nothing to do here. Our second cube for the bot. Oh, I'm glad we shoved Jeff into the right. Because the bots retreat now, chat. For the people that are like, why aren't you snapping the bots more? We tried snapping the bots many times last night, and they kept fucking leaving when I kept boomer snapping them because they changed the bots to retreat more. So not only are they like kind of a waste of time, but they also end up just like not giving you cubes anymore. Like, at least when you could milk the bot for 8 cubes, it, like, felt like, okay, they're making my number go up. But now they don't even do that. They're just, like, 2 to 4 cube games. And they fucking leave rather than giving you 8 cubes. It took, like, the one somewhat reasonable thing about them and got rid of it. Armor over Nebula here. What deck did I like the most last night? There is a highlight on the YouTube channel for the Nebula deck I liked the most last night. Yes, when I was playing Sunspot, most of the decks I played Sunspot in also played Armor in them. Because Killmonger's been an omnipresent threat in Marvel Snap for a long time now. My miles got cheaper. Is Nebula better than Sunspot? They're different cards. If there's one thing you take away from watching my twitch.tv streams, please, for the love of God, make it removing the idea of strictly better and strictly worse things from your vocabulary. It's such a common thing, not only in Marvel Stat, but in other games. Whenever anything new releases, people just try and draw this, oh, this is better or worse than this other thing that already exists. But the reality is they're just kind of different in a lot of instances. Like, the Nebula and Sunspot similarities, like, they're both good one-drops, but they're good in different ways. They do both need armor to protect them because Killmonger is everywhere. But, like, that's kind of where the similarities stop. Gamora here in the middle, I think. Some news about Kitty. They told us Kitty would be coming back with the patch on the 16th is when that should be happening. Will the real Mysterio please stand up? King 6, thanks for the prime, appreciate it. No, I don't do 2 deck highlights in the same day, Beardy Blue. I just posted last night's Nebula video before I went to bed because getting it first to YouTube to get into the search terms that people are looking for is ideal. So I didn't wait till the morning to publish it, so I wanted it. People are going to be searching YouTube for Nebula decks. I wanted to try and be towards the top of the results. Leader is one of those cards where I kind of want to be like, who asked for this? Like, I don't know that it's busted anymore, so I guess it's whatever, but it's like, were there really people clamoring to have something similar to this experience in the game again? Who are they? Give me names. Play Absorbing Man here for no value to spread out so he could tee up a Professor X extra, I think. I think Jeff is probably one of the best Series 5 cards you can buy right now. It's very, very good. Waiting, waiting. Do 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 boo do do do. Boycotting new cards until there's a Jeff variant with beard and glasses. God bless. Solid. We're gonna get +2 on the right. Shame we don't have Spider-Man here. Can I beat +9 here? +9, they go to 20. This puts me to 16. This puts me to 19, so no, I can't. If I move this and play armor, I guess I don't have to play armor, but I could draw Miles. Oh, wait. I'm gonna be at 6 here, because Nebula is going up to 6, so this is 18, 21. We can win that. I want to move Jeff in case we draw Miles. Spider-Woman. Gamora is still better than Spider-Woman, right? Oh, I guess moving the Jeff means I'm short power there now, though, right? Because this is only +15. I'm at 3, so 18. Yeah, I guess we have to leave. Maybe I'm not supposed to play to the Miles Morales out, since I'm gonna have. Yeah, I think maybe I'm supposed to leave Jeff there. King 6 for the Prime, by the way. Someone said, I enjoyed the highlight from last night. And Nebula, I was questioning if Nebula was the reason for your win. So again, I feel like this happens every time just like a reasonable good rate card comes out. Like, not every card that gets added to Marvel Snap is going to be like a Thanos or a Galactus, where it's like very flashy, obvious, this card directly won you the game. Nebula is a lot like Jeff the Shark, in that it's just like a good card for a reasonable energy cost, and like it's gonna add percentage points to your deck in the games that you play, but is it gonna be like outright winning you games? No, almost assuredly not. Very infrequently are you gonna look down and be like, yes, this card is the reason why I won the game. Yeah, Nebula's not really a, you build a Nebula deck, you're like, all right, Nebula like works with like, this deck's a good example, right? Like, I literally just cut Jessica Jones for Nebula in this deck. It was a deck that we already had that felt okay, and she like had synergy with Storm and Professor X, things we are already looking to do. And Nebula is kind of a departure from previous season pass cards in that aspect, right? Like, you look back at all of the previous season pass cards, things like MODOK and Nimrod and Surfer and Zabu, these are all cards you like build your deck around, and Nebula is very much not that. I would love to Storm Titan because, it's not a location we take advantage of.
Wind, aid my hand.
This is rude, but maybe appropriately rude. Okay. And then we get to Professor X, the Avengers compound this turn. I think that's the play, right? Oh, that's even better, because now I get to do this into Nightcrawler. And I still get to play here next turn. This is one of those, I don't know if it's good, but it's certainly great type moments.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
So long, man.
Victory.
The people asking me why I didn't snap there. If I snap here, they're probably leaving. They might have even left when I did this. maybe I'm supposed to snap on the storm. I didn't have this teed up yet, though. And I think once this has happened, my opponent leaves if I snap. And I could probably throw this in a highlight because we got to turn 6. And if I snap here and they leave, I can't really put that in a highlight. But someone had commented on our lack of climbing after 2 hours last night. I'm not trying to climb. I'm trying to, like, record matches with a new card for YouTube. With new deck ideas for that card for YouTube. And a lot of that involves inoptimal snapping for the sake of getting opponents to stay in and watch games play out. Because if you include games on YouTube videos that have a lot of people retreating early, people complain and turn the video off. Jonason, thank you for the 2.5 years. Welcome back. Why no Doom in this deck? So, I think the choice in this deck, and we talked about this at the start, is Dr. Doom versus Miles and Spider-Woman. And I think I prefer Miles and Spider-Woman, but I actually don't know. The answer is we're trying things that might be good or might be bad. Well, I mean, as far as Sakar plays go, it's like relatively even. We got a little bit more power than they did, but it put a 4 into play for us, and it took their card that would have been free otherwise away. Thanks for the sub-gift, Rookland. If anybody's looking at my stream title of never ads over gameplay and you're wondering if that's passive aggressive, it certainly is. I tried to watch streams last night and this morning, and I kept getting fucking ads over the game I was trying to watch the person stream, and I just fucking gave up and just, like, played Genshin and ate breakfast and came here without watching a stream. It's so fucking obnoxious to constantly get ad rolls over gameplay. It's an absolute hot dog water tier viewer experience. One of the things that I think is silly whenever it comes up is people are always like, well, there's less ads than network television still. And it's like, well, one, part of the reason why I don't watch network TV is because there's too many fucking ads. But two, at least on network television, when they run an ad, they pause the fucking show. Like, I understand people gotta eat. I took some ad contracts too on Twitch in the last year. I don't mind ads happening. It's just like, don't cut yourself off mid-sentence while you're explaining an interesting turn 5 with an ad roll. That's what I don't like. That's what a bad viewer experience is. Dream Dimension sucks. Hopefully we can find Storm here. Extra R2. I play the Space Throne. Yeah, I guess that's a good take. Nightcrawler or Space Throne's a pretty low-cost thing to potentially be doing. Is the streamer triggering those ads or is Twitch auto-rolling? It's always the streamer triggering it. The only ads that Twitch streamers don't have control over are the pre-roll ads when you first click into a stream. Anytime you are already in a stream and you are getting hit by an ad roll while you've been sitting there watching the stream, that's the streamer pressing the get money button or having previously set up their system to automatically press the money button. Streamers can automate mid-roll ads, and a lot of them do to the detriment of their community. Yapping into my Daredevil is Oh, this is a bot split. Okay. We are Professor Xing the right. I'll step back and Professor X the left. We'll move Nightcrawler into the middle to play around them Jeffing the middle. How you know it's a bot split? Humans do not currently have access to an ink finish with no border effect. Humans also don't currently have access to border effects with no background. Oh, I'm also winning the right when we move Nightcrawler. Yeah, that's funny. Hey, look, a bot that pumped us. Thanks, bot. Victory. You're waiting for the eventual even sub CPU ads. That's actually a toggle on Twitch. So I click a button to make it so ads don't see, or subs don't see ads. Most people have that enabled. Making your subscribers see ads on your channel is like the peak of greedy. Does a streamer get ad revenue for a pre-roll? Yes. Yeah, I do make something from the pre-roll ads. The pre-roll ads on Twitch make me somewhere between $150 to $300 a week, depending on what the viewer count is and how much I stream. We're doing this. Our deck's probably got a pretty bad Patriot matchup. We're not playing Enchantress and they can get into the flooded zone. Does Twitch Turbo compensate you anyway? I don't believe so, but I'm not 100% on that. So don't quote me on it. Twitch Turbo does count as you watching it without you having to. Okay, that's good to know. That's how YouTube does it.
Wind, aid my hand.
So we'll Gamora here and move Jeff here to give us flexibility to Spider-Woman Miles in the last turn. Oh, I moved Jeff because I need to make Miles cost 1 for next turn. I think Gamora is going to be enough to win the flooding, so I'm going to put Jeff to the right. All right, so we're beating Dr. Doom into the flooded. That's probably wins middle, right? I bet our average Patriot matchup's not great, but their draw's not been particularly impressive here, so that's solid for us. I see people in chat discussing the fact that Utah has banned Pornhub, which is a good reminder that Republicans/conservatives in the United States want to control a significant amount of your life. That is why they do things like restricting women's bodily autonomy. It's not about being pro-life, it's about control. Oh, Pornhub blocked Utah, but they're doing that because of legislation that Utah is trying to push through, right? Is my understanding? Is my understanding of that situation not correct? Yes, they did it because of legislation that Utah passed.
Live from the Daily Bugle.
Who votes for Republicans in the U.S.? It eludes me as a foreigner. There's two primary types of people that vote for Republicans in the United States. One of them are people who are religious or gun extremists. The Conservative Party in the United States leans very heavily into being pro-life as a means of controlling people and appealing to those. There are also people that are bigots, and that there's also people that don't fall into either of those groups. There's a saying that if you can convince someone that makes $20 an hour that their enemy is the person that makes $7 an hour rather than the person that makes $700 per hour, you will have someone you can control for life. And that's really what it boils down to. The number of people I know that make, they're middle class or lower middle class, and they think the reason why they can't make more money or have more things in life is because people that are struggling are the reason why they can't do better. We're snapping the bot. This is an ink with no finish. We're gonna go Killmonger in the middle into Spider-Man into absorbing Spider-Man.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
20 an hour is a lot for an American. It really depends on where you live. There are portions of America where making $20 an hour is a lot of money and you can live really well. And there are portions of America where you can't really live sustainably or support a family on $20 an hour. Also, like, to give you context, my medium-sized town where I live, is already, our minimum wage in Illinois isn't even at $15 an hour yet. It's not scheduled to hit $15 for another 2 years, but, local fast food places are already paying $15 an hour. So that's just, what it takes to get people to potentially do the job. It's been interesting watching the signs go up. There's been a sign outside the Taco Bell near me that was gone from like $13 an hour to $15 an hour over the course of like the last 6 months as they try and hire people. We can lose to a Dr. Doom here, but I don't think this bot deck plays Doom. Victory. I need 1,000 an hour. What's going on, Spriggles? You and me both. Kitty Cat Paws, thank you for the quarter of a year. Welcome back. I mean, no fucking joke. There's always that conservative talking point of people that work fast food don't deserve more money. Those are some of the most fucking grueling, physically demanding jobs that you could find. Like, it's like doing a long shift at a fast food place like that is not a trivial amount of physical work. Especially because it involves being on your feet for a significant amount of it too. That's hot back there a lot of the time. Like, yeah, customers suck, so it's emotionally taxing. Like, the US is a big place. It really is, Kitty. It really is. I think we're armor to the left or to the right here because we're going to storm it. Then we'll have to decide, do we want to do the Absorbing Man post-storm gambit, or do we want to try and follow this up somewhere else or something else?
Wind, aid my hand.
With the Spider-Man draw, I think Spooderman's actually better than storming again here, right?
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
And it's like, yeah, you can fill the center if you want, but we're probably done here, right? We kind of bullied this opponent, but it looks like they're playing Galactus. They deserve to be bullied. All right, at this point, to refocus the chat and focus on the game so I don't rant about it endlessly, we're gonna move off the topic of conservatives and what things pay and cost of living. As a general reminder, if you're someone that supports my content and you want to chat with like-minded individuals about Marvel Snap, Genshin, Honkai, politics, sports, food, the whole smorgasbord of it, my Discord's a great place to do that. We have a very active politics channel there. And I kid you not, this'll kind of tell you an idea of the community we've cultivated here. Lifetime, in the 5 or 6 years I've been running that Discord server now, I've had to ban more people for getting obnoxious in the video game related channels than I've had to ban people because of the politics channel in the Discord. Itchy games are serious business. They are very serious business. I told someone you're my favorite Snap streamer. They said, how can you watch someone ramble about stats and politics like that? And I was like, don't king shame me. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I understand the way I do things here isn't for everyone, but for the people that it's not for, they should just go watch something else. I wouldn't be surprised if your audience is age 30 plus. Yeah, it's a significant portion of my audience is over 25. Less than a quarter of my audience is sub 25. I bet a lot of them are 30 plus. The age bracket breakdowns I get are 25 to 34, so I don't know exactly how people are split in there. Seth, please. Thank you for the quarter of a year. Storming their sunspot location is like not great, so I think we're chilling on that.
Wind, aid my hand. Wind, aid my hand.
Well, Oh my god, that's a great draw, right? Okay, now we just need to draw our Jeff in the next 2 cards so we can win the left with Sanctum plus Jeff. I want to snap them. Yeah. Crawler is sneaky good, chat. This card's always been slick. That's one of the reasons why I love this card. I've always loved Nightcrawler, and this is like upgraded Nightcrawler in a lot of ways. And they both enable Miles, which is another one of my favorites. I think if you don't snap, you get 2 cubes. Yeah, possibly. It's probably a good take.
Animated.
Is there a reasonable sub for Jeff for this deck? I really don't think so. I don't think you could really sub Jeff in Professor X or Miles decks, and this is both. I like my current Gamora variant better than the Battle Pass one, so I'm probably going to stick with that one, I think. Fucking cheater bots, chat. Fucking cheater bots. There's a lot of good Gamora variants. Yeah, I think that's a good take. Cosign that one. I haven't played a game of Snap since the season reset. Is it wrong that as a free-to-play, I'm hesitant to start knowing I'm likely to just lose to Nebula repeatedly? I mean, I don't know what world you've been living in that you think you're going to lose to Nebula repeatedly, but it doesn't sound like reality to me. Like, Nebula's fine, but she's literally just like another good playable 1-drop. Were you hesitant to play Marvel Snap because you could possibly lose to Sunspot?
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
If not, why not? Fun fact, chat. Killmonger was originally a Series 3 card that they downgraded to Series 2 during the closed beta. Yeah, Sandman and Killmonger were both originally higher series. Should I be snapping here? I mean, we're kind of losing to a Doctor Doom, right? I guess, does this beat Doctor Doom? This puts us to 14 and then 16. All right, yeah, that beats Doom. I don't know if I can snap the bot and have it stay, though. Yeah, this is the problem. The bots just leave now. In previous seasons, you could snap, maybe not last season, but a couple seasons ago, you could snap the bots in spots like this and get 4 cubes out of them. And now that you can't, it just feels like such a big waste of time. You're like, not only did you like give me something I can't do for content now, but I also just didn't get any cubes out of the situation either. Beastman, Daredevil. Clintar's actually low-key kind of annoying. It means this center location is going to either be Clintar or it's going to be Gulia. Either way, it's not great for playing cards into here. I mean, I think balance has improved from that big player survey. And they, we're getting weekly balance passes, which is a good thing. That was definitely a result of that survey. I don't know. I don't think there were questions about bots on that survey, if I recall. Yeah, then we're gonna count down Gamora to win us on the last turn. Drawing Spider-Woman. Drawing Spider-Woman could win us on the last turn. Oh. Hey, Scissor. Thanks to almost 4 years. Welcome back. Crystal buff on Thursday.
Victory.
Crystal almost feels like one of those cards that needs a redesign to me. Jeff can move. Yeah, I think I'm better off leaving Jeff on the right, though. Because they would need to put 7 into the right, and then also 3 on the left, which I think is unlikely. Yondu is most commonly in Galactus this season. Our deck's pretty solid into Galactus. We've got Spider-Man and Professor X. Would Crystal be good if she was mirrored? Crystal would probably be very good if she shuffled both players' hands. Potentially too good, even. If I do this here, they can't Galactus us here next turn, and we're going to be winning Rickety Bridge if they Doc Ock us into Rickety Bridge. Gold cup and get fucked, bud.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
Maybe I should have snapped this turn since the setup was so likely from them.
Victory.
Hoffman, thank you for the tier 2 of the 51 months. Welcome back. I just went for a little bit more and then we'll change things up, but like a lot of the cards in here. Lizard plus Enchantress turn 6 is really good right now. Yeah, I agree with that. We're storming Mindscape, so we'll tee up Nebula there to start. Although I suppose playing Nebula here proactively means that they're incentivized to play to the Mindscape next turn, which is not ideal. Ooh, maybe I'm supposed to move Nightcrawler, actually, to make Miles happen next turn. There are also videos talking about playing Nebula in a bounce deck. Why would Nebula be good at a bounce deck? What is, what's happening there that sounds like a thing worth doing? That is a bot split on the Crackle. Good catch. The theory is that you could move her to a lane the enemy had already played in. Yeah, but by the time your opponent's filled a lane, like... By the time they've filled a lane, you're going to... Like, there's not going to be much time for her to do anything there, right? How do you tell if you're a bot split? Border effects? Border effects with no background effect, and background effects with no border effect generally. Some exceptions apply. Alright, so because we have priority here, the optimal play is just do this, so that way they can't slide anything out of here into either of these, right? I didn't even snap the bot, and it left on 6. Like, they leave on 6 without me even pressing the button. I didn't snap on 6. We snapped way earlier. So the reason why there's lots of different types of bots that exist with lots of different play patterns is because the average person doesn't understand that they're playing against bots. Less invested people are just playing the game to click buttons largely, and they don't think through. Snap too late. They don't think through. Am I playing against a bot or not? They don't realize that's a thing they need to consider. I think this is one of my favorite setups. We storm on 3 into Absorbing Man storm on 4 into Spider-Man U on 5. Just for the max rune.
Wind, aid my hand.
think I need Nebula. I think I need Nightcrawler with Nebula triggering twice here. So I don't think I can get Miles in. I think it's just Spider-Man into Spider-Woman. The problem is, where's the real Mysterio? Could get us here. Alright, so the real Mysterio is left and we are dead.
Spider-Man here.
Even if it's center, then they're at 9. I guess I'm beating at center. Maybe they gave up the left. Alright, fine. Real Mysterio's middle. Fuck me. I'm shocked that they didn't play left. But that's where their card was. It feels like if they're locking up here with the Killmonger and we're about to not be able to play into here, why would you buffer the center? I don't know. Just bad. I don't know if it's a bad read for me, but that was my read. Is like, why would we play mid if we can't play here and you're winning here? Why wouldn't you want to lock here? I think by what you're supposed to do on average there is correct. Hey, Lego, thank you for the quarter of a year. Welcome back. Obviously playing in the center. Are we storming something on 3 here? Yes. Yes. Yes.
Wind, aid my hand.
This is Nebula armor over here into Spider-Man, right? I'm gonna snap them before I see their play in hopes that they stay. This is our last chance to get another cube out of them. As a first person to infinite, just play bots. Well, the people that get to infinite the fastest largely just play bots on their way up to infinite too. Because they're just playing into what's the word I'm searching for? They're just playing into bots on the way up is why they hit it so quickly. We do lose to Doctor Doom the way this plays out. How do they only play bots on their way up the ladder? So it's currently possible for your MMR to get disjointed from the other rest of the players, and instead of pairing you down into players with much lower MMR, it just pairs you into other bots, which kind of snowballs the problem. It's one of the reasons why you explicitly see me don't make an effort to climb once I'm in Infinite, because getting your MMR too high results in more bot matches. The ranked ladder system is kind of just broken for people at the very top. Would Gamora into Absorbing Man plus Jeff be better? Maybe? That would have been 12 into 11? That would have died to a Shang-Chi, right? I guess Doom's probably more likely than Shang-Chi. We'll play to put it. Magneto could get you as well. Is that true? Pull Spider-Man out? Yeah, what? You're right. There way to view your MMR? No. There's an internal hidden number. Arrow Gamer still exists. Yeah, Arrow's a very reasonable card. We've been playing a Craven deck on stream with Arrow in it. That's been fun. Well, Nebula's not getting a trigger this turn. Rip. Lockdown New York with Spider-Man plus Professor X. We'll see if we could weasel something out of Pet Mansion and Grand Central here. Has Living Tribunals changed to 6/6 a buff? I think that deck's best potential was probably Mr. Negative, right? So that makes it worse there. Yeah, I cover the cards that I expect to downgrade each month in my Series 4-5 tier list. You can find the latest one of those here. Against this works. These are opponent's deck's a Typhoid Berry deck on occasion. So they have Typhoid Berry. We can get into some trouble here, but Hazmat's not good at us, at least to this moment. We're into 14s. They have Mary plus something else we do die. Oh, I was wondering why they played Enchantress into the Cosmo instead of the center. But if they would have Enchantress center, they would have turned off their Luke Cage. That makes sense.
Victory.
As Jeff posted his thoughts on High Evolutionary. Yeah, I did a full card review of everything releasing in May last month. You look back on the YouTube channel, there's a card review. Yeah, I think Howard the Duck is probably the most narrow of the cards releasing this month, and even he'll have applications with, like, Jubilee. Hey, Tazel, thanks for the prime, appreciate it.
Victory.
I assume this opponent was a Galactus player because of how uninteresting the game was. It's my assumption. Beer Agent, thank you for the 13 months. Welcome back. And it could have been Cerebro too, I suppose. Those locations were real hostile to Cerebro. That one's less common. Early on though. I don't know, snap them. Our deck and hand are both good in this matchup. I want the ability to play Miles next turn. I guess if they're waving me, it doesn't matter. Yep.
Wind, aid my hand.
I think I'm gonna move Nightcrawler so their Dr. Octopus is less likely to pull Professor X, so I can Professor X here next turn to win the game.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
Opponent snapped.
Oh, we lost. I don't have priority. They're not cooking at all, chat. They're playing stock fucking Galactus. The Galactus deck is good and the most popular deck because it wins a lot of games where it can't play Galactus. Because every fucking pea-sized brain shitter on Reddit who can't rub two goddamn brain cells together that defends this deck
Escape.
doesn't understand the fucking basics of how it works. Yeah, I don't have priority. We can't armor the Nimrod. I play Jeff here. If I play Gamora here, we lose by 1. Jeff does not win middle. They're going to destroy her here, and they'll be 15 and 5. What about the ladder? You got 1 ban. I don't even need it to be banned. If they just gave me the option to when I would queue into a Galactus player, if they could just deduct 1 cube from my cube total and leave me in the queue to queue into someone else, I would check that option so fucking fast. Nothing takes my mood and shoves it into a trash can more than having to play against that incredibly polarized pile of trash. It's such an incredibly negative user experience. Gamora plus Nebula won the tiebreaker. Hellfire Club was on the left gap. I couldn't play Nebula there. It is never the fault of the people playing a deck like Galactus that the deck is obnoxious. It is not the player's job to make the game fun and interesting for their opponents. It's the game company's job to make the game fun and interesting for other people. I don't know if Storm into Absorbing Man Storm is good, but it's been funny, and I've been enjoying myself. Playing against Galactus is what Magic the Gathering feels like when attacking and blocking do not matter. Yeah, I agree with that, Jules Manning. Because it's just like, it takes this giant facet of the gameplay and just like removes it, basically.
Wind, aid my hand.
I think we're dead here, unfortunately.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
All right, we're gonna change decks here. Before we do that, we're just gonna like take a look at some actual data here. Let's look at okay. So this is the untapped stats. I want to look at 70 to 99 is the sweatiest and most competitive in my opinion. So that's the sample I'm going to look at. It's also got a pretty healthy game sample, over 250,000 games. We're looking at players with big collection levels who are likely to have most of the cards. Some people will look at this and be like, okay, Jeff, Galactus only has a 50% win rate. It's only middle of the pack for cube rates, but it's got a high play rate. It's the most popular deck, not close. Next most popular deck is 8%, so it's like 50% more than the next most popular deck. But here's the consideration for this. Galactus has a middle of the pack cube rate while being the most popular deck and being a known entity. So the fact that Galactus continues to have a reasonable cube rate at all, while it is the known best deck that has easy, obvious counters, exemplifies the fact that it's actually not easy to counter. If this archetype was, and here's the other fucking thing too. This is all Galactus decks is 0.16. The most popular version, the good fucking version, that is a 7,200 game sample size, is way fucking more than that. It's what, over 50% more than this? So it would be, you know, towards the top of the pack for cube rates? Like, when the way the cube system in Marvel Snap works, if a deck is a known entity and popular, its cube rate should be pulled down significantly if people have good counters for it. But this deck has a good cube rate over a large sample because it plays through the counters well. And it plays through the counters well in two different ways. So the first way it plays through counters is Dr. Octopus. Some of the time it just rips the counterplay out of your hand on turn 4 before you could do it. The other way is like that game we just lost where they just destroyer you and it didn't matter that you kicked some crap up on their side or locked them out with the flooded because you got destroyered and the destroyer came through and did the thing. Like, it's fine to say you like this deck. It's fine to say you enjoy playing it. It's fine to say you would be sad if they changed it and it wasn't the top deck in the format, but it is willfully ignorant at best and outright lying at worst to act like you just put Debris or Green Goblin in your deck and suddenly you have a fucking good matchup here. Because that's not the case. That's not what the stats show us. That's not what my incredible amount of experience playing the game against this deck shows me. Nothing agrees with that being a reasonable thing to do to make this deck not work. It has really good stats despite all of that. And anybody who's telling you that they're just like, you just play Debris or you play Green Goblin and suddenly you're good here, they're a fucking idiot that doesn't get it, or they get it and they're lying to you. And either way, they're not really someone that's worth having an engagement or discussion with. Neither of the two options there are great. Neither of the two options are going to generate a meaningful, good back and forth or talking. Making a 6-1. Oof. Alright, is this different enough that I want to try it? Maybe. I kind of want to put Absorbing Man in this deck after playing that last one. This is a little close to what we were doing. I think I want to try something that's a little bit further away than that. Most of these Nebula decks are just Storm Professor X deck. Maybe we should go back to Untapped and look for Nebula decks. Hey, Berserker, thank you for the 5 months. Appreciate the prime. As someone who's played an incredible amount of Bounce, I really don't understand why I would ever want to play Nebula in the Bounce deck. That doesn't make any sense to me. Hey, Coop Dog Den, thank you for the brand new prime. And Somber Boy, thank you as well. All right, we got a couple different front runners here. This was just kind of a generically this Stature Black Bolt Darkhawk Miles Morales pile of cards is one that was doing well at the end of last season. That could be reasonable. This is a deck where I don't really know that Nebula's doing a whole lot for here. Just being a good 1-drop, which is not nothing to scoff at. Nebula with Sunspot together is fun. Yeah, Nebula and Thanos control. Maybe we should do that. That's a little bit different. It's not a storm deck. Do I have Thanos control my editor? We'll come back to some of these later. I'm gonna be streaming for a while yet today. Okay, I have Thanos in my editor. I think I might have even put Nebula into it last night. Listen, chat, I ain't go to bed till like 1 a.m. last night. So some of it's kind of a blur. Do I want Jeff in here still? I feel like I probably want Jeff in here still. Do I have room? Jeff is pretty good. I want Jeff in every deck too. Always want him. Yeah. He's such a good little lad. Knacker, thank you for the almost 4 years. There actually haven't been a lot of decks that I want Rogue into. Have there? What have we been playing against this morning? I think Jeff the Baby Land Shark. You want what's probably a strong take, chat? I think after buying Thanos, Jeff the Baby Land Shark is currently the best use of your tokens. I think most people are gonna play with Kang or Galactus and find that those cards are kind of tedious and unenjoyable to play. I think Thanos goes into a few different decks and offers really dynamic gameplay. So this is permanent Series 5 and it's super dynamic, so I think this is number 1 still. But I think Jeff is actually the best card you can buy for 6k tokens after Thanos. It just like it's a generically good card that gets played in a lot of spots that also has express synergy with a handful of things as well. I think it's a really, really good use of resources. It's gonna be Series 5 for a good little bit yet. Maybe like a month from now, I think the math changes on whether you should be spending tokens on Jeff. But I think for like the next month or so, Jeff's a really good use of tokens. Should you get Jeff over High Evo? If you have 0 tokens right now, by the time High Evolutionary releases, you'll be real close to 6k again.
Right.
Remember, chat, completely free to play players get like 5,000 to 8,000 tokens a month depending on what bundles you're buying. So that's my first card game. Has there ever been a thing in card games before you can elect to avoid matchmaking with a card? No, that's never been a thing, unfortunately. It's just wishful thinking on my part. Aces are not great for us. Our opponent's also playing Thanos though, so like they're not great for them either. Whether or not you could spend down from 6k to 0 and get high Evo on time right now will have to do with how much gold you have available to you. No question, where is Kitty Pryde? It was communicated that Kitty Pryde would come back with the patch later this month. And again, this is on second dinner to a degree, but the incredible amount of confusion in Marvel Snap where people don't understand that new season doesn't mean new patch is definitely a Marvel Snap's kind of fucked up problem. Like, it's there are a lot of, you are not alone in not understanding that new season doesn't mean a patch happened. It just means new content rolled out that was already teed up.
Spider-Man here.
Ooh. The odds this wins the game. Non-zero. If you are fully collection complete, meaning you have every Series 5 card currently in the game, you should not be opening reserves, because if you're opening reserves, you're removing your chance to open a Series 5 card organically from a box. So, you'll note that I'm currently sitting on like 62 reserves. I open my reserves every time they release a new card, and then when I don't get that card out of those reserves, I go ahead and buy it with tokens then after the fact. Wow, what a gamble. I have pulled 0 Series 5 cards out of reserves. It doesn't mean I'm going to stop trying, though. Sorry, 67 boxes currently. All right, chat. I'm not doing regularly scheduled ad breaks, but I am still a human. I need a really quick bio break because I'm stepping away from my computer anyways. I'm going to hit an ad. You're not going to miss any gameplay. I'll be back in about 2 minutes. Thanks for hanging out, everyone. Appreciate it. Ten seconds to spare.
Destiny will arrive.
Jeff is a fantastic first card to pull as a Series 5 card. Just had someone keg the Dark Dimension and then was confused when they lost the game. God bless. Got him. You have a favorite Thanos deck. Something close to this is my favorite Thanos deck right now. Unsure if Nebula is optimal in here. We're playing some games with her for the first time, but this core with like Daredevil, Spider-Man, and Professor X, I think is quite good.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
Wait, they didn't have a play? So I guess their hand is all 6-drops then, huh? Yeah, we could be getting input on, I suppose. Wanted to bet I didn't have Thanos? Sure, we'll take the 8 cubes.
Victory.
We also beat Magneto here, right? Because if they would have Magnetoed, they would have been 17, but they would have pulled our Polaris. We would have lost to Leader, but I think beating Odin and Magneto means we stay.
The universe shall be set right.
If I'm Series 3 complete, do I get anything from the Choose a Series 3 card section of the shop? Once cards downgrade from Series 4 to 3 later this month on May 16th, if you're still missing any of those cards, you'll be able to claim one of them as your free card for the month. But no, if you have all Series 3 cards and you own all the cards that are downgrading, you just don't get to claim anything there for the month. It doesn't do anything for you. I think this is just like Soul Stone, Space Stone, spread out. Oh, you know, I technically lose a draw this way, right? You're sitting at home and you're wondering, Jeff, what cards are downgrading this month? I've got you covered. My Series 4 and 5 tier list video talks about which cards you can expect to downgrade when and to which series every single month.
Wind, aid my hand.
Juggernaut could go poorly for us here, but otherwise Nebula plus Power Stone have a good shot to win the left, says local man before getting killmongered.
Opponent snapped.
They're a Nebula deck as well, so I'm hoping Killmonger's off the table for them. Juggernaut's definitely in their output range, though. Just 0. I think their snap was a bluff. Yeah, I'm gonna snap back because there's no way they're staying once my Professor X flips up. That was our last chance to get 2 more cubes. I have every card except for Teenage Warhead at the moment. I can't convince myself to buy her. I think that's fine. She's downgrading this month anyways, right?
Destiny will arrive.
If I recall correctly, check the tier list video. Like, I think she's kind of poorly positioned in the metagame at the moment, so not having her doesn't really seem like a big deal. Hey, Deferred, thanks for the half a year. Welcome back. Is the May 16 patch day confirmed? They don't really confirm them far in advance, but patches are every 4 weeks like clockwork, so that would put us at May 16th for the next one. Glenn confirmed the patches are 4 weeks regardless of season length. Good to know. Oh, Jubilee means they can't play a card there next turn. Thor means it gets bigger. My Nebula's gonna pump up here. Okay, so Nebula's going to +4. So if I put Demon here, we're even beating them playing the hammer. So I think we just do this. Do you like the functionality that if your opponent snaps and you step back in the same turn, they have the option to retreat? Yes. Why would that not be a thing? Tell me you've never played poker without telling me you've never played poker. Stakes being raised should always be a mutually agreed upon decision in a betting game. No place. Weird. Snap is a betting game. It is. Infinite. I mean, we're beating it. Infinite, right? We're beating Infinite Hammer.
Victory.
Should you have more time, or should you get to remake your plays after your opponent snaps? Yeah, we've talked about that a lot. The incentives of snapping at the very end of the turn suck, and they should redo the system to allow that to not be the game theory optimal thing to do. difference is you don't have to sacrifice your snap wager. You do. It's literally identical to poker. I'm not sure if you don't understand how snapping and re-snapping works, if you don't understand how raising and re-raising works in poker, but they're identical. That's a good thing. They're both betting. That should work. That should work while it is. Well, I mean, our Project Pegasus wasn't super exciting, but theirs was also pretty mediocre, so deal, I guess. Actually, I'm gonna play Jeff in the middle, so that way we can Viper over here. All right, Viper, we've trained for this. We've trained for this, Viper. For those of you that are wondering at home how I trained my Viper for missions such as these, this is an 11th split gold background Viper with a variant, chat. Few Vipers have experienced as much training as our Viper has here in Marvel Snap.
Oh, snap.
Will the real Mysterio please stand up? Are we gonna have a problem here? We have a 7th energy from Time Stone last turn.
Victory. The universe shall be set right.
Is Spectrum Thanos still popular? It is not. I'm gonna snap Time Stone Professor X Superflow, because this is a turn 3 Professor X into the Superflow, which should be a easy lane win for us. So the thing in the middle of the shelf behind me, that is a copy of Marvel Dice Throne. Very, very good Marvel-themed board game, card game. I think Spectrum Thanos is fine for what it's worth. It's just not popular, which is what the question was. No! Well, shit. fucking pet mansion. Probably should have just waited till turn 4 and played a bunch of stats on the right. For people that are going to be lurking all day, this is a heads up that I am no longer going to answer the question on stream, can I replace Jeff or is Jeff replaceable? So if people in chat are feeling gracious and they want to answer that question for people that are coming in, otherwise I'm kind of tired of it. I'm just going to pointedly ignore it. I think we just do this and get our value out of this. I send them a reality stone. Yeah, I'll do that. Nice. Reality's looking solid this morning to start. Oh my gosh, that's a green goblin too? Sick. Swish. Losing Soulstone to Murder World is pretty whatever. Woo! I already snapped, right? So much garbage. How do we feel about Polarising into here? I think I'm into it. Then, even if they Jeff into the middle, the Spider-Woman plus Titania is 17 on the right, so I think we're good to go. They could Jeff plus Moon Girl would get us, I believe. Claw could get us. Yeah, Claw's not usually in the output range of this deck. They could have stacked it off of Coulson is kind of a wild card here. Generated them a random 4 out of 5. Sure.
Victory.
When that's a Tanya, Jeff, Time Stone. That would lose to Blue Marvel, right? Which I think is more in their output range than the other cards we're talking about. They would be at 9 over here, and I would only be at 6. Stand up for a little bit, shall we? Stretch the legs out. Show off our sweet t-shirt. 1 energy magic. Beautiful. Beautiful. Nebula. Okay. Hey, Super Vodka. Thanks for upping that Prime for the 2nd month. Welcome back. Number of hood splits correlate to your number of Viper splits. I have more hood boosters than Viper boosters. Hood's my most played card in Marvel Snap. Viper's only like my top 12 maybe. Grab Iceman here, sick. Avengers Compound, gonna help out Nebula in the Nexus, which is sweet.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
Why would we Spider-Man the Nexus and not... Okay. I think there's any bot splits up here. Oh, this is a bot split. Good catch, good catch. Again, this is a border effect with no background effect, which, no joke, I really hope that these are splits that humans get access to. Because the rainbow and the gold, like, get rid of the background in a lot of these cards. And I really like being able to have a border effect and still see the background artwork. Professor X the Nexus, they can't take it away as a surprise. Stab too late? I can stab too late.
Wind
Rip.
aid my hand.
Well, Fook. I don't split some cards, so I like the background currently. That makes sense. Yeah, I think the Kirby Crackles with base background art is one that I would like a lot. Drip check.
Shall be sent right.
I'm over 30, so you'll have to help me out. Drip refers to things I'm wearing, right? So is that you asking where my shirt sponsor is from? Because if so, that's this one. Into the AM is great. They are cool clothes. Look at that. We understood the lingo. The first time I ever really felt old, and this happened like a decade ago, so it's been a hot second. I was tutoring a high school student in math, and I made a fly for a white guy reference, and he just stared blankly at me, just no clue what I was talking about. I was just like, oh, well, this is unfortunate. What do the stones above your head mean? Those are added to the deck. You can see at the very bottom of the deck area. So when you play with Thanos, Thanos puts the 6 Infinity Stones into your deck. Well, shoot. I played the Titania out here assuming that they would either get locked or I could Professor X the following turn, but Deathlock makes that unfortunately not the case. Wave. So Wave sends Titania back, and then Professor X locks this down. The question is, can I beat She-Hulks and other stuff in these other spots? Maybe. Probably not, because I'm going to have priority. And I guess this puts us to 18 here. Yes, Professor X keeps Titania in place. He says no cards, change sides, or bounce or leave, etc. Other than Jeff, because Jeff's adorable and he does what he wants. Is Nebula sick or what? No, I think she's just blue because of whatever race or species or whatever you want to call it she is. I don't believe she's ill. I think that's just how her people look.
Opponent snapped.
My body is ready to lose to She-Hulk death and another thing. Yeah, there it is.
Destiny will arrive. Snap.
Let's snap Green Goblin into Sinister. Why did they take so long to make the easy, obvious play? Because they watched some Twitch.tv streamer tell them that in order to play optimally, they have to wait until the last possible fucking second to snap every single game and submit. No communication on any of the upcoming releases being big bads, but again, they also didn't really communicate in advance that Kang was going to be, so I'm not really expecting them to communicate in advance on this one either. Let's do this. Nebula, that's probably fine, right? Copium. Jeff? Jeff? One of your finest Jeffs, please. Looking to draw Jeff or Thanos here. Could lose to, Shang-Chi's, I suppose.
Victory.
If I have 7,400 tokens, can I buy Jeff and have enough to get high evolutionary as well? It depends how much gold you have. Those calculations really aren't easy or clean. Like most predatory mobile games, Marvel Snap's economy is incredibly convoluted, and it is not easy to break down.
The universe shall be set right.
Dick Quinjet stat split here. Gold with some crackle. Jeff heads on into the Fisk Tower because he can't move into that one later. Well, he can, but he won't be happy about it. What? They have inked Jeff already? So fucking jealous, chat. I'm so fucking jealous. Alright, we're going to Space Stone Fisk Tower here, because then we can move the hood there and kill it. Which is excellent. Or I could Viper the hood across. That one, that one. Am I benefiting from Elysium? Or would I rather turn it off? I think I want to turn it off.
Opponent snapped.
I'm gonna stay.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
Target locked. Locked in.
Probably loses, right? We're only going up to 13. They can slide stuff too.
It's corroborate time.
Lost the New York coin flip.
The universe shall be set right.
Hey, that was a little unnecessary, Weeds. Can we fix that, please? Just to the subs. Oh, I guess pulling Ninja out of the Nebula path is not good. That is, unfortunately, not the Spider-Man or Professor X I needed, so we're dead.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
I'm gonna pay you 1 cube to fuck off.
Escape.
I don't know if that's a bug or a feature. Glaxman, thank you for the quarter of a year. Welcome back. Is it better to play Nebula on unrevealed locations? I feel like there's a lot of ones that reward you for it. It depends on what the revealed location is, but in general, yeah, I think that's correct.
Escape. Destiny will arrive.
Why on earth did they fill the lab? Because they're enjoying the stream. More power to them. A bot. That's a bot. What percentage of people does Jeff play that snipe? So, this is true for my channel and every other channel on twitch.tv where the streamer occasionally complains about getting sniped. Most of the time, the streamer you are watching is not getting stream sniped. However, 100% of the time, we are salty little motherfuckers who just lost a game of Marvel Snap, and you should just let us be salty. We don't need you to justify or explain to us that you think the play that you just watched was reasonable and fine. Just let us be a little annoyed that things lined up really well to the point where it feels like they had perfect information. It's okay, I promise. Okay, so with Titan here, I can actually do this. And this lets us draw the Soul Stone and play Thanos next turn. Hey, Cantana, thank you for the almost 4 years. Welcome back. Twitch chat wrong more frequently about opponents sniping or opponents being bots. Definitely opponents being bots. It is very rare that my Twitch chat calls out someone being a bot, and they actually are, especially later in the season. Earlier in the season, when there's a lot more bots, 70 to 80 has a lot of bots in it. But later in the season, when I'm in like Infinite, I could probably count the number of bots I play there on one hand. Especially this last season. This last season, they changed the Infinite matchmaking, and the result was actually a lot less bots, which was nice. Still, a lot of them here at season start, but we draw Hood. Hood's our best draw by a lot here.
Hands up.
Turn late Hood. Didn't we get a Jeff variant? I have not. Check it every night. Still not there. We have a confirmation from Second Dinner, by the way, that they are aware that they did not move the free mystery variant back to the free side of the track. I assume they're going to fix that in the patch later this month. And as a result, they'll be inboxing everyone a free mystery variant again this season. Those are Gamora boosters. I actually need Gamora boosters. You get a pixel variant, and you get a pixel variant. Everybody gets a pixel variant. This is the only Jeff variant that matters. I mean, would you be mad at me if I said I like the one where Gwenpool is holding it more? I kind of like adorable little Jeff being cradled. I'm a big fan of the. This one's very anime. I think this is actually my favorite. They're both 1200 gold variants, so they're equally rare. The hook in the background moves. That's true. The hook in the background moving is cute on the crane one.
Destiny will arrive.
Oh, this is fine. I just want to reality stone you. Now I'm drawing Nebula is good here because it means I get to use my 2 energy when I use the reality stone on the left. I'm gonna continue saving this. Just want to get charged up on the island. Sure. See if they continue to put stuff into Nebula's lane. It's also an interesting thought that I didn't highlight, but definitely worth talking about, is Spider-Woman is kind of a soft combo with Nebula, huh? Nebula encourages them to fill a path up, and then Spider-Woman gets more value out of it. Yeah, Soulstone similarly is good into that. The 12-point swing here. I mean, if they put a 6-point thing there where they win the game. I should play the Space Stone because it's 0 power here, but it makes their Darkhawk smaller. We do lose to Hawkmid, though. Might try to lock you out in time. Yeah, maybe that's better. I think I'm supposed to leave here. And there's that. They're ghosting. We lose 100% of the time, and even if they're not ghosting, it's probably a coin flip, so it's a negative EV. Emote almost assuredly means that they're hanging out. If you emote me, Chad, I'm just way more likely to assume you're being toxic and doing other things.
Shall be set right.
Flip me off with Miss Marvel at the end. Almost assuredly watching what's going on. This deck's not playing armor, which means this Nebula's a little sus into the Shuri's lab. It's not a bot split. Why is a thumbs up for Mrs. Marvel a bad thing? If you flipped your opponent off after you played a game of cards with them, would you consider that a positive thing or a negative thing? I typically consider it a negative thing. That's what Mrs. Marvel is. She's flipping you off. Probably a bot with that line of play here. The Angela bot specific. The Angela one is bot specific. Okay, A2, yep. It's probably been less than half, but it's definitely felt like half our matchups have been bots today. Such an awful start of season experience. Are you playing Star Rail at all? Yeah, I played a couple hours of Star Rail on my mobile yesterday. Seems real solid. In the Infinite list you were playing last night anywhere? Yeah, my YouTube channel has that deck list as the highlight from this morning. It's definitely my my favorite shell we've played so far. I don't think we can realistically expect Green Goblin to hop across here, because with Nebula there's a good chance they fill, but Soulstone will be good here. You can see that. This is the claw in the background movie that we were talking about, the animated, when we pulled this up a second ago. See it slide back and forth here.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
Kind of Shang-Chi, but otherwise we're pretty good on the right over here. Usually this Darkhawk deck's been running Enchantress, I believe. Ooh, that actually ties the right on us. Enchantress buff, winning the game. Runs both. Is that true? Yeah, it is running both, isn't it? Here, an untapped in the background.
The universe shall be set right.
We were talking about weird Twitch things and follow habits the other day. One of the other things that as I reject an unban request here, it's really weird to me that people file for unban requests on channels that they're not following. Like, I'm like 90+% to reject your unban request, even if it's reasonable, if you're not following my channel. Like, why do you need to be unbanned here if you're not going to be watching? It's one of those, like, why'd we bother here? What's the goal? Both of these dying is fine. Not a big deal at all. Speaking of fine. Do this and snap for sure. Still no update on when Kitty will be returned to us. They told us Kitty is coming back on the patch of the 16th. We know that for a little bit now. I think I'm chilling on Soulstone for the middle. Soulstone for the middle will pull Titania back. It'll give us Soulstone. We'll be at 4. They'll be at 2 minus 6, -4. Okay, yeah. Kitty will be a counter for Nebula, right? Yes. Accurate. Oh, they haven't discarded a copy of Hella yet. Was that a bot split infinite? It might have been. Yeah, it could realistically lose to a copy of Hella, though. Was there any compensation for Kitty removal? Yeah, they gave people that bought Kitty an additional 2,000 tokens back plus what they paid.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man.
And when Kitty eventually comes back into the client with the patch, everybody's gonna get a free copy of her. Sure.
Victory.
Love to see you play Wild Bras. I'm currently only doing Snap and sponsored stuff on stream. We're primarily a one-game stream, so it's tough to make time for other stuff. Like I play some other games off stream, but like we only did Rail on stream yesterday because it was sponsored. It's a bot split, chat. It's a bot split. Humans don't really play this card. God, there's just been so many of them today.
Wind, aid my hand.
Should I snap them? Yeah, probably. I think you can do better than Demon on Sinister. He stormed our Nebula aid. Yep. Beep boop. Beep boop. Yeah, it's pretty good. Oh. It's like Jeff here, Demon here, and then playing Thanos here on the last turn. Guess I technically don't have to move Jeff yet. You want a Reality Stone London? I don't think that's necessary. Okay, when I copy my Thanos. Yeah, like this is a real clean split, right? Like I'm looking forward to humans being able to have the Kirby Crackle with no background. Yikes. A good chance. Unless this is one of the bots that intentionally throws, we're probably dead here. Some of the bots intentionally throw, so you can't lose to them. Thanks, Griefer. Appreciate you. I feel incredibly accomplished. Definitely feel like my brain is huge. I have outplayed them.
The universe shall be set right.
Okay. We've got Spooderman into the Avengers compound. Things you love to see. We're vibing on playing other things into the center here in case we draw Viper. And alright, I'm gonna do this. Spread out here a little. I think I was supposed to snap them. This is good for us, says local man about to be killmongered. Bunch of Spider-Man each other here. Professor X! Professor X! Professor X! Was that the actual worst draw in the deck? I think it's close. I think it's close. They're leaving? Do I Viper across Daredevil? It's gotta be wrong, right? Hilarious could win the middle for us, maybe? Yeah, just never beating this Shuri.
Escaped.
I mean, Thanos getting kicked doesn't matter, Matt. They have a Shuri trigger there.
Yes.
Like, they're just gonna beat us by putting something large into play. Ah, yes. Bots and repairs. Reality Stone, please. Lovely one. Am I anti-rematch? There's positive people who like getting constantly paired into the same opponents over and over again. Who hurt you? All right, Viper, like we trained.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
Yeah, the Vision puts us in a New York coin flip scenario here, right? We are very dead to Doctor Doom. Alright, I think I'm ready for a change of pace. It's all right here. You know, way to suppress destroyer, like Cosmo or Zero or an Armor. Otherwise, we're doing okay. Does Valk have a good deck right now? I don't think so. I'm gonna snap. Zabu should mean they're not good into Crimson Cosmos. Zabu also means they're more likely to be a Hawk deck, though. So, like, 6 in one hand, half dozen in the other.
Aid my hand.
Okay. So we'll Cosmo middle then. So that way, if they don't Killmonger this turn, they can't Killmonger. And then we do this here, so that way they can't Doctor Doom more power into the Flooded, because we have Cosmo in the middle and the right is Flooded. Usual delusional. Thank you for the 5 months. Welcome back. Do we lose to Claw? Claw puts them to 20 in the middle. We do lose to Claw. Card's usually not in the output range of their archetype, but we'll see. Omega Red! Excuse me?
Victory.
Is that a random generated? No, actual factual Omega Red. Cooking. Cooking! What's going on, Mo Animal? Thanks for the 5 months. Welcome back.
Wind, aid my hand.
Cosmo the left, just in case they're Galactus. Okay, so I get to go Claw to win the Flooded into Destroyer here. They're gonna have Doctor Doom, I suppose. Or not? They just have like a claw of their own? They're cooking with Quake, so they could just have a claw of their own here. But I just thought they were gonna beat us. Get out of my house.
Victory.
Hey, Brocktoon. Thanks for the half a year. Welcome back. You can replace any card in any Marvel Snap deck that you want to replace. Replacing Jeff the Shark in a deck with Professor X and Storm is going to make that deck worse, though. Card is very good with both of those effects. Is the deck still playable? I don't know. I don't really have a good measuring stick for that. Is it worse? Yes, definitely. You know why you're not getting boosters again? So, if you've collected 1,000 boosters in a day, you will stop collecting boosters for the remainder of that day. And typically, now they might have changed this by now as Snap's player base has grown, but typically, when you hit the booster limit, Ben Brode also sends you an email suggesting that you go touch some grass. But that might not be the case anymore, because Snap has more players than when that was the closed beta procedure.
Wind, aid my hand.
Is there a way to tell in-game if I'm Series 3 complete? Only if you open 100 collector's tokens in a reserve. Yondu Hulkbuster. They're Galactus, right? What's going on here?
Enough said, bub.
Galactus are there. What's it called? Some kind of destroyer deck. I should have Gamora in middle if this was my plan. Please be Venom. Please be Venom. Please be Venom. That's a good one. Probably good to go though, right? Just like play this out for 15 here. Chi gets us, I guess. They could have doubled death. Yeah, double death could get us. Oh no, they only played one card. I thought they were gonna play two for sure. Oh, they just have a second null. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. And I couldn't Titania and then Destroyer because, I couldn't Titania and then Destroyer because of, the 0. Can I snap them? Snap that. We're gonna Professor X the Super Float X turn. They're in a decent spot. There's a green goblin here? Got me.
Opponent snapped.
There's no way they're a Killmonger deck, right? Or they're a Nebula deck too. Oh, we lost that 50-50. It's pretty unfortunate. We could do this. Excuse me, it could also be right just like Gamora left and leave my Jeff middle. The problem with that is that we get in trouble if they have a Jeff into the center. They're a stature deck though. They have 2 Zabus. Kind of changes the math on a lot of it. It only has 3 cards in it, so Darkhawk's not that big. Just gonna get Shang-Chi and die. Oh, get Shrek'd. Close game. That could have played out in a lot of different ways. Everyone want a 50-50 there. I guess they expected me to play hard for here and we didn't. Needed a Rock Slide. Yeah, Rock Slide would have gotten us. Rock Slide would have been +8 over here, right? I see people speculating on my opponent being a content creator in chat. I love promoting other content creators, but like, for the love of God, other content creators, if you want me to be able to promote your stuff when we play against each other, can you just like not make your username a weird thing that you change every 30 days? So it's so hard to be like, well, I think this is this person, but also they've been swapping usernames back and forth with this other person, so it might not be. This is the first game I've played where, like, that's the norm for content creators, is making themselves hard to recognize, to making cross-promotion tough. And then Snap actually makes it even a little bit harder past that, too, because, like, usernames aren't unique here either. So, like, even when you have people that are, like, using their real name, occasionally you're going to have an issue where it's like, oh, that's not actually them.
Wind aid my hand. Wind aid my hand.
I think my Gamora is gonna hit on. Turn 5, chat. Well, I guess they do have Daredevil, huh? They could totally just pass on me. Is there Storm? That's a nullified Storm. It's not a bad one. Storm's got a ton of great variants. Yeah, even if they pass here, we end up a lot on tempo. And drawing a Tuma is actually a great pull here, because we'll get to go armor a Tuma on the last turn for plus 13 here. Which should be difficult for them to keep up with. This is the best piece of Storm artwork in Marvel Snap. I'm willing to fight people that think otherwise. Oh, if they have Doom. That's true. I forgot about Karmartage's impact on... I was thinking we beat Doom in our Flooded, but we actually don't because of Karmartage. Alright. 60 more Gamora boosters until we get to roll for Inked or Gold again. 60 more Gamora boosters. Oh, that's true. I think this will be my 6th Gamora split, so I'll actually have a chance for Kirby Crackle again, too. Good shout. Well, the gold particles are not bad. I love this, gold glimmer flare is one of my favorite effects on inked and gold cards. Looks real good. And there are Gamora boosters on the track too. Facts. Oh my gosh, they just played an armor so I could Atuma Cut Blood.
Aid my hand.
It's for the help, friendo. So Nebula is gonna be 5 here with the Storm. And Atuma is going to shrink their lizard. Man, they really went hard over here, huh? Even if they hit with the hazmat, we're still ahead here, right? We'll be minus... I guess we'll be minus 4. No, we're going plus 4 on the Nebula, though, right? How many locations do I want to play for? Spectrum could give us a hard time. Yeah, that's true. Do I claw, then? Is that the play? Could be right to claw. They beat this. I guess Mary could beat this. Do I slide this over here? You think they're gonna hazmat left? Long hazmat, yeah, that's true. We're on guess with the doggo. I get him Enchantress. Yeah, that's true. But if they have Enchantress, I guess they could have Enchantress and Hazmat. It's a fair take. Yeah, maybe I switched around and ended up playing the Cosmo to the left, but maybe the fact that they can have Enchantress means I'm supposed to Cosmo in the middle to protect Claw. That was a legal play. Legal Marvel snap play. I do not have a VPN affiliate at the moment. My connections are completely insecure and vulnerable. VPN companies, please send help. Insecure and vulnerable, I feel seen.
Wind, aid my hand.
Do we think they can play into Plunder Castle? This is the same opponent, so they probably can't play into Plunder Castle. I'll snap them. I think Plunder Castle's bad for them. The board's closing in here. What's going on, Ardarian? Thanks for the entire year. 1 year means you get a sword to go with your shield. Thanks for keeping us around. Oh, I guess this doesn't really work though, right? I need to Cosmo into Destroyer here, because if I Destroyer here, I'm gonna lose the tiebreaker. They can have Spectrum. I don't think so.
Opponent snapped.
They have Claw? Alright, fine, I'm a fish. Glub, glub, glub. Think they're gonna onslaught me? Yeah, it gets me. Dr. Doom and Spectrum don't work because of Cosmo and Plunder Castle and Sarah. We don't want to get to infinite too quickly, chat. There won't be anybody there for us to play. This feels like they missed Cosmo Snap, or it's an Onslaught. One of the two. Onslaught, Claw, or they missed Cosmo. Those are the three options here. They could be playing Jeff. That's true. They could have Jeff as a good take. Claw, Onslaught, Jeff are the three cards that get us here. Later. Thank you for the 7 months of Prime. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Dr. Doom doesn't beat us, chat. We have Cosmo in the middle, and Sarah means they can't play Doom and Plunder Castle. Spectrum and Doom are not outs here.
Victory.
Thanks for the 5 months, Wingguard. Appreciate it. Okay. Remember, chat, a key component to bluffing is I have to believe you could have a card that could beat me. Ooh, Nebula loves the miniaturized lap, chat. Thank you, love. Hey, BTD, thanks for sticking around. Good to have you here. All right, Jen, I'm gonna be a little bit quiet while I stuff my face for the next few minutes, okay? We're gonna keep playing games, but I'm gonna eat while I do it. Huh? 43 in the middle. I don't think that's beatable. We'll get to 39. Yeah. This is 12 and 8. Or 12 and 9. Gamora left beats Shang. I have priority, so Gamora left does not beat Shang. Yeah, I think we're supposed to bounce here, even for 1 cube. I think we lose most of the time.
Escape.
That seems super winnable. Yeah, I mean, there were permutations of that game that we won. It's like they had a lot of tech cards that beat us, though, with us having priority, so there's probably not worth singing. Zabu in a deck means they're incredibly likely to have varying tech cards.
Opponent snapped.
I think I'm just leaving. They went cost reducer on 1 and 2. We just bounce.
Escaped.
Can Jeff be played to Death's Domain? I mean, yeah, you can play him there, but he'll die. You can move him into Death's Domain.
Wind.
This zero could be a bot split. Humans technically have access to this one. This is one of the trickier ones. How do you get a single gold split? Players that were playing during the closed beta had access to that split. Yeah, they could also have Jeff here. I think I'm just playing Claw. We're staying in.
Victory.
That was an interesting mixture of cards.
Victory.
Our opponent's name is Tofu, chat. I'm eating tofu. That's why they retreated. They didn't want to get eaten. I think I missed this group of subs. I was probably stuffing my fat face. Infinity86, thanks for the half a year. Litter, appreciate the 7 months. Wingard, thanks for the 5 months. And BTD, half a year already indeed. Welcome back. Man, the sand is awkward, just none of our cheap stuff. The subjective worth of these cards is kind of hard to measure. It's worth noting that if you're someone that was gonna spend money on Marvel Snap, the season pass, regardless of if you like the card in it or not, is always the best way to spend your first $10 on Marvel Snap.
Escaped.
So I think it's less of a question of, is Nebula good, and more of a question of, was I going to spend $10 on Marvel Snap this month? If the answer to that question is yes, you should always buy the season pass first. Jesse the boy, thank you for the prime, appreciate it. And Legal Beagle, thanks for the 3rd of the year. Oh, I forgot we're close to a claw split too. In 11 boosties on this, we can have a chance on that. Well, that certainly works out for the home team. MODOK isn't bad. MODOK was pretty bad on release. Was not great into the Leech metagame. I agree that MODOK has a couple of reasonable decks right now. It's a fine card to be playing with, but it's definitely better now than it was previously. I guess a Tuba into Dark Dimension works out for us at least, but definitely not feeling great about Hub into the Ronin deck. I'm muted. I have priority here, so Cosmo is going to catch them in the middle potentially, but their rooted is huge, so this could go either way. If you didn't know that Atuma lives in the dark dimension and with Invisible Woman, that means you haven't caught my weird Marvel Snap Interactions video on YouTube, which means you haven't checked out my Marvel Snap Minutes playlist. If you're someone that's looking to get better at Marvel Snap and learn the ins and outs of the game, this series of videos in this playlist, they're all like 6 minutes to 10 minutes long or so. Breaks down a lot of things that Marvel Snap doesn't explicitly teach you that will help you get better if you are aware of them. So make sure to check those out at some point.
Escaped.
Hey, glad it's been good for you, Tipsy. We have a lot of good pockets in the Discord server for different things. Really unfortunate that we lost our Professor X against what looks to be Galactus. That being said, the Galactus deck did also get Subterranean, so hopefully they just don't draw their deck's namesake. don't know. There's some argument to staying in the game because some Terrania happened here. But it's honestly just not worth my feeling frustrated when they end up having it again.
Wind, aid my hand.
Destroyer is better than Jeff, right? Pretty sure.
Victory.
Ah, retreat leader gamers. Ooh. Okay, chat. Okay, chat. Channel me your energy. This is a fourth split. This one's unlikely, so we have a 10% chance to get an ink on this claw. 0 chance for gold, 0 chance for Kirby's. Can we finish the claw splits here and now? All right, Flaviano. Midway Monster with the 4-year monster resub. Welcome back. Hit me, brood. Never lucky rubber ducky. All right, we go again. We go again. That's fine. Well, a chance for some gold next time through. Slow and steady. Rip the Claw Dream indeed. What's going on, Poro King? Thanks for the 3/4 of a year. Nice crackle. Yeah, let's do it. Man, their splits are sick. Solid Crackle 2. I think I'm just passing here. Where's the Moon Girl avatar come from? There was a Dan Hip bundle that avatar was a part of. I think this is just 0 into Atuma. And then Gamora on the right. Now, they are a Shang-Chi deck, most likely, which is a little worrisome. Atuma mid to dodge Shang. Yeah, maybe that's better. Them locking a Mystique here, I think is good for us. And they can't make their hand bigger, right? So we should be good to go. I think they're done. We've got Cosmo in the middle. This deck's very good at leveraging Cosmo. He's such a good boy because we like lock things down with Storm and this and kind of force them out of their on reveal locations, which is great. You know, speaking of Cosmo, do I have Cosmo boosters again yet? Cosmo boosters, man. Only 104. I really want to split. I want to get a decent split on Beach Cosmo. This was a closed beta variant. I split this one a few times now, looking for ink or gold, and we keep missing. Yeah, we got ink on this one at least, though. I think this is the only time I've split this one too, right? Yeah, I've got one split on Venomized Cosmo, got inked. Does Shadow King work on Morbius? It does not. It does not impact ongoing effects. Is Kirby better with ink or gold? I think it depends on the color of the Kirby. I like ink or gold better. I think it depends on the card a little bit. The gold's technically a little bit more rare. It's a little bit more prestigious. I think this is Titania Professor X on the right on turn 4, and then we can destroy her on 5 next to the Elysium here. Pump some Vibranium into the deck here. It's a little unfortunate we're putting a bunch of Vibranium in the deck because I would really like to draw an Armor or a Cosmo here. I'd be a little susceptible to Shang here. Gamora is definitely not bad. I think I like this one better, though. Well, other than Shang, we're in a good spot. Do we win anyways? This is 19? Yeah, we win anyways, right? Sick! I can't believe we beat the Shang-Chi there. key was moving the Jeff over so we could tie it instead of playing the Storm out from our hand. A little bit less resource efficient and total power on the board, but give us more stats in the middle here. Vibranium paying off here, which was nice. Alright. How about we pull up some untapped stats and we take a look at some other Nebula piles, huh? In the next game and you subscribe. All right, well, we're gonna change decks. Take a peekaboo here. So these are the top Nebula decks between rank 70 and 99 that have 200 plus games logged on them. This Sauron build is kind of wild. It's actually playing Sauron purely for Ebony Maw. There's no other ongoings. Yeah, I think the Infinite build is solid. What do the stats look like on that one? Do we have a sample size yet? How bad is it? Ah, it's fine. Not quite as high as the other ones, but 0.27 is pretty respectable. Sauron Ebony Maw is kind of like a build your own stature. Yeah, it is in a way. Yeah, Sauron with armor is clunky. I think I'm gonna try, let's try this deck. I've been meaning to try this pile with miles and stature anyways. This deck existed before Nebula. She kind of just slots in here as another like generically good card. They had previously been playing Nightcrawler. Oh, that's interesting. So you're going down a Miles Enabler? I don't know how I feel about that. Let's see. We'll have to see how it plays. One of the things that's interesting to me about this list is it's got only a single stature enabler, and it's only got 2 Miles enablers. Just like really on the low side. Like pretty greedy. We've got just Korg and Rock Slide for Darkhawk. We've got Jeff and Polaris for Miles. We've got just Black Bolt for Statue. The Claw variant is excellent. I'd be lying if I wasn't telling you that it's half the reason we play the other deck. So the shirt, yeah, so what am I? It's actually a pseudo-sponsored thing. I like their stuff a lot. They send me a couple things every month usually. Into the AM does a ton of really fantastic graphic t-shirts. This is one of my favorites from among them. Looks real clean, high quality material. They last. I have a couple of shirts for them that are, gosh, probably 3 or 4 years old at this point. They've held up really well. Skin tight chat. Don't act like you're not here because of my skin tight shirt. I've read what the incels say on the internet. If I wear skin tight clothing, they say my stream will be more popular. Kujito, thank you for the 3rd of a year. Welcome back. Which use deck tracker is the most dollar. Now, the untapped tracker definitely has the largest sample sizes. I think we're Jeffing this turn, so I can move Jeff and Black Bolt next turn. So that way if we draw miles or stature, they can be cheap. Any celebrations planned for the 100K follower milestone on Twitch? Yeah, we might do something. We're getting close to 50K on, I'm getting close to 50K over on the YouTube side as well. We drew stature. I believe we're gonna draw miles. It's hard to know exactly how long that'll take though. The follower and subscriber counts on the channel's like ballooned really hard when Snap released, but Snap's initial hype has calmed down a little bit, so the acquiring on both sides is a good bit slower than it was previously. She doesn't actually really help us here, huh? Is 15 gonna be enough? Like, is 9 cards in it? We should be winning the center. The question is 15 enough on the left? You know, the May patches, it'll give everybody Kitty. If they maintain their 4-week patch cycle, Kitty will be here on the 16th. What overlay am I using? I mean, I use OBS for my stream software, and this deck tracker is the untap tracker. Victory! Solid win to start. 15 wasn't backed enough. How much of your Magic audience do you think you lost when you moved to Snap? I don't know. It's a really hard thing to have a measuring stick for. Anecdotally, there were a lot of people when I switched to Snap that were like, oh, I used to watch your stuff when you did Magic, but then I stopped playing Magic and I stopped watching, but now you're doing Snap and I'm playing Snap, so I'm back now. Ave, FJL, thanks for the brand new Prime. And Senka Pops, thanks for the brand new Tier 1. Appreciate that. Right on time, Jeff. Welcome to the party. Although I guess Jeff into Bar Sinister is actually low-key pretty good here, huh? I think we snapped that. Can't snap that with a baseball bat. How many of your most dedicated haters do you think you gave up when you left Magic? A lot. Many of those people don't know what to do with themselves now. One metric that is kind of measurable, well, that's the Dracula, is sub tenure. And an interesting stat is that, Nico Dudo, thank you for the 2 months of Prime. I currently have 2,537 concurrent subscribers on Twitch at this very moment. And just under 800 of those concurrent subscribers are people who have been subbed to the channel for over a year. We've only been doing Snap content full-time for about 6 months or so. So I think that's probably a good measure as far as, like, direct support goes of how many people carried over. They got a Modoc mid. I think we lose this most of the time with the Dracula here, unfortunately. Yeah, they could have something crazy like a Modoc. I don't have any of my things that generate big numbers. I think we're actually supposed to leave here.
Escaped.
Well, thank you for the over 3 years, speaking of. When it comes to ads, why do you think most streamers don't have your never put ads over gameplay mindset? because not running ads over gameplay means that you have to manually be paying attention to when your ad rolls go, which is extra mental energy you have to exert inside of while you are making content. Why do you catch flack in the card game community? I found you when I started playing Snap, and I don't understand why you get so much hate. So the number one thing that a lot of people don't like about how I manage my content is that I aggressively moderate my social media spaces. Meaning, if someone does something that even kinda rubs me the wrong way a little bit, I just block or ban them and I move on from my life. Because I'm an adult with a family, 3 kids, a lot going on, and my life is short. And I don't have time to deal with every single person that throws their opinion my way. Straight to meme jail, basically, yeah. My time is valuable, and people aren't entitled to it, so if I feel like someone said or did something that loosely means not positive towards me or remotely negative, I just block and move on. And people that make a lot of fucking noise on the internet get really upset when you take away their ability to make noise at you. Because they feel entitled to being able to make noise at anyone that they think they should be able to make noise at. Oh, Shaq, thank you for the over 4.5 years. Welcome back. I think my mannerisms also catch some people off guard. I am not quiet, and I swear very casually, which makes a lot of people get the idea that if I am just sitting here swearing while also being loud, I'm very angry and mad. But that's just like not who it is. Not like it's very rare that I'm genuinely mad on stream. Like it takes a lot to make me genuinely mad, and it doesn't really happen on stream with any frequency. This is the saddest zombie I've ever seen. You're in the Isle of Silence, and you're also double enchantress. Go, do not pass go, do not collect $200, etc., etc. Unfortunately, with the Shang-Chi and the bunch of rocks here, I think we're done. Yeah, that's the actual truth. If something makes me genuinely mad on stream, usually I'll acknowledge that and bounce. Well, that kind of highlights the problem, right? There was this content creator that was so mad that I walked away from a conversation with them. It was like, nothing productive is happening. I'm going to tap the block button and move on. That they made an entire video and riled up a mob to get people mad at me because they got blocked on Twitter. Like, holy shit, touch some fucking grass if you think someone blocking you on Twitter is this big offensive thing. It's really not a big deal. And then as one last comment on myself before we go back to focusing on the gameplay. Something I always make a point, something I try to always make a point to do is that if I don't know something, I try not to have a strong opinion on it, or I'll say I don't know. And because I try to only give opinions on things I feel confident about or things I know a lot about, there are a lot of people that are like, Jeff thinks he knows everything. And it's like, well, I know I don't know everything, but I also try not to spew if it's on a topic that I don't know a lot about. So I'm confident when I say things typically, because if I'm not confident about it, I try not to put misinformation out there and talk about it. I didn't play Jeff the Shark here in the Nebula path because I fucked up. We were talking and clicking. Jeff the Shark 100% should have been played here last turn. This is a Dark Hawk to the left, Black Bolt plus move Jeff next turn.
Wind, aid my hand.
You'd be surprised how many people end up in this channel because of stories like that, Zexler. I discovered your channel because I read an opinion about you on Reddit, and I was like, there's no way he's really like that. I gotta go see. And then I showed up, and you weren't. Yup. All right, so this is only gonna get 2 more. So Black Bolt here should lock this up. Actually, if this is only getting 2 more, no, I need to play here, otherwise it gets 4. I was gonna say, can I just move Jeff? But if I move Jeff, it gets 4 more. I need to move Jeff so Miles is cheaper. You could move Jeff and just play Rock Slide. That's true, but Stature's in my deck, so I want to play Black Bolt to not only potentially disrupt their hand, but I also want to be able to peel Stature off the top. Ooh. So, caches do still give you Series 4 and 5 cards, but they don't give them to you at an increased rate. If you're not familiar with how reserves work, I'd recommend checking out this video here, where I break down how reserves work in Marvel Snap. Does this win the game? I feel like there's a lot of permutations where this wins the game. Still good, right? Because we're tied in the middle. Win the breaker by a solid amount. Good to have you and your wife on occasion here, Beanzilla. Jeff the Shark's a good lad. Yeah, and like, for the record, I also don't think that, like, shit posting or memes or whatever you want to call them is, like, necessarily a bad thing. Like, I'll post a meme on occasion or we'll talk about them. I just don't want, like, my stream chat to be that type of stuff, right? And that's part of the reason why we have the slow mode enabled too, right? Slow mode encourages people to, like, form slightly more complete, coherent thoughts and put more care into the messages that they're sending, rather than just, like, pressing enter after every third message they send. After a third word they type.
Wind, aid my
We do need a Sharks rule bundle. I agree, Jordan. Big agree. Is this Nebula Zabu angle? Yeah, and for the record, like, I don't think there's anything wrong with, like, a Twitch chat where people just kind of, like, spam memes and have a good time. But it's just like even this type of conversation we're having here right now, right? Like, that type of conversation, whoops, is just difficult to have if people are just spamming memes.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
Rip. Yeah, there's no way they don't beat us here in the middle.
Escaped.
Boom, 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 boom. What is Jeff the Shark in Marvel lore? Jeff the Shark is related to the X-Men, right? Can I get a flavor check on that one? Am I understanding him correct? Oh, it's Gwenpool. Oh, it's spider related. And and Gwenpool is like a Spider-Woman-esque character? Can someone help me out with what a Gwenpool is? Gwenpool is Gwen Spider but Deadpool. It's Gwen from an alternative universe. Okay. I'm gonna lie and say that I'm following. Yes, that makes sense. I understand. Is she a family-friendly Deadpool? There's the asking the important questions. S-tier Daredevil split here. Gold background, gold Kirby Kreckle. What is a multiverse?
All systems.
My 9-year-old explained to me the concept of a multiverse the other day. And I was like, I don't know what you're watching, but it's some of the good stuff. 5 cards in deck. Korg puts them up to 6. We die to a Shang-Chi. In other news, water wet, grass green. Could also die to a big thing in the middle here. Yeah. Maybe I'm supposed to put... Wait, do I beat the Shang-Chi? Oh, we do, right? 12? 20? Nailed it. Easy dub.
Victory.
This deck consistently does well, and that angers me because it looks like a pile. It really does look like a pile. Pile is an apt descriptor. Polaris is gonna throw fists with this Korg gear. Opponent snapped. I think I'm staying, Chad. I've got Miles Morales and Polaris. I'm gonna pull Korg into the Warrior Falls, I believe. All right. See if we can win this flip here. Innosaur, thank you for the half a year. Welcome back. Nailed it. We've got an escape mission. Get her out of the falls. She's too young to die. What's going on, Bed Pie? Thanks for keeping me around. Innosaur, thanks for the half a year. Okay, Philippe, thanks for the quarter of a year. Prime well spent indeed. Yeah, I think I shot a mid power up that all here potentially. Oh my gosh, they just played a Ronin. Do I do this now? Okay, there's a 0. Hold on. The 0 means I can do this actually. That's tasty. Oh my god, did we get them? Holy crap, we got them. It's another -4. Oh, yeah. That's the good stuff right there, chat.
Victory.
I would like to point out, and because I am saying this because when we get to Infinite, I frequently skip playing District X games. And this is an important distinction. When I skip District X games post-Infinite, I'm not skipping them because I think the location is too random. I'm skipping them because District X games usually don't make for good YouTube highlights. Those are what I'm usually hunting for content for. There are a lot of people that act like this location isn't skill testing, and I actually think that this is one of the more skill testing locations in the game because of the different situations it puts players into. And I think Weird World actually generates some similar situations. Yeah, it's a very skill testing location in my opinion. And I don't skip it because it's too random. I think that that's a distinction a lot of people don't get. Whenever I skip District X, a lot of people are like, yeah, it sucks, etc., etc. Usually I'm skipping it post-Infinite because I want to like work on or test a deck or get highlights for a deck, not because it's not interesting gameplay. That last one was good enough. It might make the last match of a highlight anyways. Should you scoop up Valkyrie? I think Valkyrie is pretty poorly positioned at the moment. A lot of the things Valkyrie was really good against aren't really the top decks anymore. She was an excellent card into Shuri. Like, you'll probably play her at some point, but if you have, like, other Series 3 cards that you think you'd use, I think Valkyrie's is not a priority pickup at the moment. District X forces adaptability. Yes, exactly. Agree. We might fill the raft before the last turn. Let's play Jeff into there. I think we snap the Polaris pull your Luke Cage middle Enchantress it, huh? And then we get to Black Bolt fill the raft next turn. And then we get to 0 energy 6-drop into Stature into Darkhawk. And we even have flexibility. Oh my gosh. Holy crap. This is the nuts, chat. Wait, how does this work? If I move this, do I still get the 0 energy 6-drop? Shoot, I don't think I do, right? The 6-drop's more important than playing the Miles. Yeah. We get to Black Bolt their 6-drop. Oh, that's the good stuff right there, chat. That's the good stuff right there. Their deck only has 8 cards in it, so you're even kind of decent into Shang-Chi on the left.
Victory.
I think this might qualify as a hot take, but in my opinion, Hazmat is the worst Marvel Snap card that people keep trying to make happen. And I say that as someone who also really likes the idea of that card. It's got some neat symmetry you like kind of build to try and break, but there's never been a good Hazmat deck. There's not. Hazmat with high evolution could be correct. That's true. That is super true. Hazmat has a lot of potential to be good with Abomination from High Evolutionary. Agree with that. This is a bot split. It is a border effect with no background. And this particularly, the bot also decided to play out to super flow on turn 1. This is not only a bot, it is a play left bot. Yeah, I should set them. What's the Abomination's High Evolutionary ability? It gets 1 cheaper for every minus you've afflicted an opponent's card with. So if you like Hazmat a board or Scorpion them, it basically becomes a free 9-drop. Oh my gosh, we just took their Shang-Chi away. Ketum, thank you for the brand new tier 1. Appreciate that. I do all 3 of these next turn, right? How do you remember all of these cards? Because it's my job to know all of the cards. The real question is, how do I remember the lyrics to Paramore, Taylor Swift, and other songs from the early to mid 2000s that I only listen to occasionally still? There's a real mystery of the human brain. But how do I know the text of all of these cards that I work with every day? That's easy. Because those are goddamn iconic ballads, dude. How will Patriot work with High Evolutionary? It won't. Been busy the last 2 weeks and missed the last half of the last season. How has Hitmonkey been, and early thoughts on Nebula? So Hitmonkey was bad while Sandman was dominating, but they over-the-air updated Sandman, so I think Hitmonkey's in a pretty good spot. And early thoughts on Nebula is that she has a lot of potential, but you probably need to pair her with armor because there's still a lot of Killmongers. How many thousands of times did you listen to Paramore as a teenager? A good bit. They were in my emo music rotation. Mech Z, thank you for the 5 months. Welcome back. I used to, for people that are new to the channel, I used to drive around the country playing Magic the Gathering competitively. And driving to tournaments often involved traveling 4, 5, 6, sometimes even a dozen hours in the car. And my buddy who used to drive around the country with me, he described my playlist as the I didn't get asked to prom playlist. And I'm not saying that he's wrong, I'm just saying that it was rude for him to point it out. Speaking of people I used to drive around the country with, Matty Bamonte there. The old timers remember Matty. He used to play a lot of cards together. After Christy chat, Matthew there is the only other human I've spent a significant number of nights in the same bed with. When you're traveling to play a lot of Magic the Gathering tournaments and funds are thin, you put 4 dudes in the hotel room and you put 2 of them in the queen size bed because nobody wants to sleep on the floor. Cuddles and counter spells. Alright, can we win left and right here? This is technically still 3. Jubilee could win mid. Oh, that's true. She could, couldn't she? That's a good thought. We do that, and then we stature left. All the cards in my deck win mid, right? And I should Korg too, just in case we hit Darkhawk. Shang loses. No, my Shang is 4. Because I acquired this game from the Triskelion. Also, the Korg comes back if you're thinking the Korg was -1. Yeah, they were just thinking I couldn't beat them in the bar. It's situations like these where I wish I had a chat. So, streaming with Twitch chat is kind of like taking a math test where all of the right answers are written on the board at the front of the room, but out of the 20 right answers, there are also 200 wrong answers. And all of the 220 things that are written on the board are moving around constantly and not staying in the same spot. So, like, occasionally you look up and you catch a grade of wisdom and you're like, yeah, that helped. But a significant amount of the time, it's more distracting than useful and ends up costing you percentage points. Yes, the bar does kick out Jeff, unless you play him somewhere else and then slide him in. Give the Prime sub link. Yeah, if you pop up this link in your browser, you should be able to Prime sub on mobile. Why are your ranked rewards locked after reset? Because you are illiterate. Personally, I think it's very offensive that Marvel Snap punishes people that can't read. That's just the way they do it. You'd be curious to see your cube rate on and off stream. My cube rate off stream in the 2 seasons that I tracked it was approximately double what my on stream cube rate is. And it's also worth noting, when I'm playing off stream with double the cube rate, I'm not even playing completely not distracted. When I'm playing off stream, I still generally have kids around, or I'm doing other things, or I'm watching a TV show. It's not like I'm undivided snapping. I played in the SCG tours, right? Yes, that's correct. I hold the incredibly coveted title of most SCG Open top 8s without a win. There's a lot of people that wish they could claim that, but that one's reserved for me. Yeah? Yeah, this beats Odin. We win the breaker, right? Because we're going to go up to 12 on the right. And then we both go down to 10. Enchantress buff game winner. Top 8s are how you see a player's quality, wins are how you see a player's luck. That's what I told myself to sleep at night when I was playing on the tour. Seabest, thank you for the quarter of a year. I appreciate that. What's my take on Flesh and Blood? I have no opinion on Flesh and Blood's actual gameplay because its monetization and obvious loot boxes meant to fleece people with booster packs make it a complete and total turnoff for me that I will not touch. If you're someone that can look past that, more power to you, but there's plenty of other reasonable games out there that are less offensive in those types. Those top 8s were against mostly the same players. Not many of them. I had one of the most consistent top 8 conversion rates on the tour. And even my most consistent, like, I think I only top 8'd, like, just under 25% of the opens I played in. So even that wasn't super frequent. I am cautiously optimistic. Okay, if chat, just to give you my go-to example for how focused on the secondary market and creating loot boxes and high-value chase cards Flesh and Blood is, the Flesh and Blood creators literally posted a video of themselves on Twitter running promo cards through a paper shredder to make a point that the existing ones that were out in the players' hands would be sufficiently artificially diverse and go up in value. Artificially scarce, not diverse. It's just like, I want to play a game. I don't really want to play the stock market aspect of Magic the Gathering was always my least favorite part of dealing with the game in paper. And a card game that leans into it even harder than Magic was is it's just not great. Speaking of paper card games, Disney is coming out with Lorcana later this year. And I am curious to see what their what's the best way to put it? What their monetization is going to look like, I guess. Like, do they plan to monetize off of, like, cosmetic variations? Or will the individual cards, be expensive? Will Lorcana be allowed in Florida? Listen, by the time the mouse gets done with DeSantis, I assume Mickey's gonna be governor, okay? Lorcana's gonna go where it pleases. They could have a Killmonger here, but I'm gonna stay.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
I never thought I'd be rooting for a mega corporation, but here we are. Yep. 2023. I'm even rooting for Mickey the Mouse. This is technically a Disney card game too. That's true. This is technically a Disney card game.
All systems go.
How do you feel about Magic having more frequent releases with higher varieties of super rares? I think monetizing cosmetic alternatives to game pieces is good. Like, for example, Magic started recently printing promos with serialized numbers on them. So, like, this is this promo card 1 of 500, 2 of 500, and those are worth a ton of money. I think that type of thing where special alt arts are expensive is good, because alt arts being expensive tends to make the actual base game pieces cheaper and more affordable. So that doesn't really bother me. I will say the fact that the serialized game pieces have happened, making some of those pulls worth like 4 digits or even 5 digits in some cases, means that TCG booster packs deserve to be regulated like the gambling that they are. Like, it's so wild to me that countries are working to pass legislation against loot boxes in video games, but fucking Pokemon cards and Magic the Gathering and Yu-Gi-Oh! Have been like selling real life loot boxes for my entire life, and it's never been talked about being regulated. Like, I think realistically all booster packs should probably have 18 plus stickers on them, and they should be regulated like the gambling that they are. I also don't think booster packs are bad, and I think gambling is fun, but I also think it should just be labeled and regulated appropriately. I don't really own any paper Magic cards of any sort of value. I think the argument is that cards have games attached to them and loot boxes are rare cosmetics. That's such a stupid argument that's super inconsistent, because you could still play all of the same games without booster packs. The booster packs don't exist to facilitate the game. The booster packs exist to facilitate profits and trigger gambling triggers inside of people that are susceptible to them. So your son plays Pokemon cards. What deck does he play? My kids are only in 2nd and 3rd grade. So, the Pokemon thing that they play in is like an after-school Pokemon club with like, I think it's for 2nd to 5th graders, so it's super casual. All the kids there are just like playing random cards they own. Yeah, Jacob got 2nd in his Pokemon Club tournament that they had yesterday. I think there were 9 kids playing. It was cool for him. He got some prize packs. He was excited. Ben Brode talked about how they essentially nailed the Snap gameplay within days, yet took 4 years to come out with the progress monetization that worked. Maybe it's not as simple as getting away from boosters. So, I think this is a big part of Marvel Snap's success is not only is Marvel Snap an excellent game in terms of its core gameplay, but Marvel Snap is a fucking masterclass in getting your players to have certain types of behaviors and the psychological levers that these types of games pull. It is an S fucking tier dopamine loot box machine that keeps players coming back to log in and play more.
Victory.
Creeping up to 80 with this pile of cards. Any thoughts on Wave and a Black Bolt list like this? I think in the current metagame where Galactus is relatively popular, playing Wave is a huge liability unless you have a really big payoff for it. How strong do you think Stature feels on a scale of 1 to 10? I think Stature is an incredibly powerful card that just, like, doesn't have a good second enabler. Like, Moon Knight really fucking sucks as a card, is Stature's biggest problem. Black Bolt is pretty close to reasonable when paired with Stature, but Moon Knight is just so high variance. Now, a fun fact here, our opponent getting Triskelion tier actually makes our Darkhawk one bigger because that cut off a draw. I think I'm going to snap pulling Hood into the Goose Path here. Some quality disruption. Sweet Hood Split, by the way. Inked with gold crackle. Hi, Darkhawk in here. Or my opponent has a hard time Shang-Chiing him.
Face the might of Asgard. Mjolnir.
Oh, and Thor makes our Hawk bigger too? Thanks, opponent. Oh, we got their demon out of their hands here too. Ooh, that shrinks our Hawk. Oh, they drew the Mjolnir naturally. That's really good for us. Predatory is a strong word. I've never felt that way about Marvel Snap. So, as someone who talks about game monetization a frequent amount, one thing that I find interesting that happens a lot when talking about video game monetization is that when the word predatory comes up, a lot of people equate predatory with expensive. And I think it's fairly easy to play Marvel Snap and have a good experience while not having it be expensive. But a game being cheap or free doesn't make it not predatory. When we refer to predatory monetization, something being predatory simply means that it is leveraging psychological hooks to encourage you to spend more time or money than you normally would on a thing. Green Prinny, thanks for the 28 months. Wacko Jacko, thanks for the 2. And predatory sales tactics predate video games and mobile games. You wanna know what's predatory, chat? Your local grocery store telling you that you can buy 1 iced tea for $2, but 2 iced teas for $3. That's predatory. I don't need the second iced tea, but for $1 more, I'd be a fool not to buy it. Limited time only. Movie popcorn. Candy bars at the checkout register. This stream and the tactics you're rightfully using at subs and sponsorships interaction uses predatory tactics. Yeah, but it's also important to acknowledge there's varying shades of predatory, right? Like, for example, one of the things you'll notice, or maybe you haven't, is that you'll never see a hype train appear on my Twitch stream. And that's because I have hype trains explicitly disabled on my channel. Because hype trains are designed to encourage people to subscribe in the moment to make the number go up without thinking about the purchase that they're about to make. Do you allow other people to raid your channel? Yeah, I have raids enabled. You're new to Twitch, what's a hype train? So a hype train is something that can appear if a lot of people have subscribed or gifted sub or cheered bits or basically done things with money. A hype train appears over the chat to encourage more people to spend money. And I think you get like some shitty emotes or something that are generic to Twitch along with it or something or other. Thanks for the sub gift, Glitchy. Would it be easier to have type trains and play the YouTube game to make more money for my family? Yeah, I mean, I could enabling things like hype trains and doing things that make me kind of eye roll or uncomfortable with YouTube's monetization algorithm would make me more money. But I also get to live in this fairly comfortable position where, like, I make an all right amount of money and I can choose to give up making slightly more amount of that money for the sake of not doing things that make me feel icky or that I don't enjoy or don't like happening. For lack of a better term. Sounds very un-American of you, it is, yeah. Eek, we're playing Rock Slide in the middle to stop the Nebula. Yes, that's what I've talked about before too. I had a free-to-play game ask me to promo their game, and I do free-to-play sponsors all the time, right? Like, I play Genshin, we did a Honkai thing, I've done Raid Shadow Legends because they're games that I don't mind. Like, they're predatory, but, like, it's fine and easy to understand, and, like, that's okay. I don't have an inherent problem with that. But one of the games, I had a game approach me where they wanted to give me a special streamer client that was different than what they would have me ask people to download from the App Store. And that was a big, like, well, that's probably, let's not do that. Not sus at all, yeah. From Justice Department Legal Policy, predatory pricing poses a dilemma. History of economic theory teach that predatory pricing can be an instrument of abuse. But on the other side, price reductions are the hallmark of competition and tangible benefits to consumers perhaps desire this from the economic system. Yeah, I mean, one of the reasons why predatory sales tactics are so successful is it's something people like. Are you gonna take this deck to infinite? I'm hoping to crack 85 with it today. I don't think we're playing all the way to infinite. I can stream till like 4:30 or 5. Got a few more hours in me, but we're not gonna play this deck the entire time either. So I want to keep changing things up. But we'll play this one for a little bit more, and then we'll kick to something else. People love getting scammed. I mean, it's not even just about getting scammed, right? People love feeling like they got a deal, right? Like that's kind of the core of it. It's like, oh, it's not that I got scammed, it's that I got a deal on something. People love feeling like they're not getting scammed regardless of if they're actually getting scammed or not. Yeah, basically. Black Bolt on Sinister London is gonna be delish here. Yeah, I think that's a good take, Donkey. A generically good one drop is accurate. I hadn't pushed the button yet. I'm gonna push the button. That's a really good one. This force Shang-Chi to go left. Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Typhoid Mary let She-Hulk don Shang-Chi! What a fucking master! If She-Hulk would have been... If She-Hulk would have been 10 power still, we would have won this game. If She-Hulk would have been 10 power still, we would have won this game. We would have killed it here, and then this one would have died. And then they'd be -8. We'd have won the breaker. That damn She-Hulk buff. Buffing her up to 9 power. Brackers, thanks for the half a year. It's actually kind of interesting. It's good that She-Hulk seems like she's well balanced at 9 power, because they kind of can't make her 8 power, right? Like, moving a card like She-Hulk from 9 to 8 power would be an improvement in a lot of these Shang-Chi situations, right? That's why you played Typhoid Mary and Buffer to 8 power yourself, yep. Losing Viper was real good here for us, obviously. Oh, they're Thanos. I missed that. I think I want to dodge Shang on the Stark Tower. So I'm gonna Black Bolt mid. Is there a right way to nerf Shang-Chi in my eyes? I think Shang-Chi is a fantastically reasonably balanced card. I think you could maybe make the argument that it could use like one less point of power. But in general, I think Shang-Chi's in a very good spot. Starkhawk, 16. Huge, huge. Absolutely massive.
Victory.
And in my opinion, when we're in formats where Shang-Chi is in every deck, and every deck essentially has 11 cards because of that, that's a problem with the format not being well balanced. It's not a problem with Shang-Chi as a card. Shang-Chi was not the problem when Shuri was the best deck, and Shang-Chi was everywhere. The problem was that Shuri was the best deck by a lot and needed to be nerfed. I'm gonna pay you 1 cube to fuck off, okay? Take it. Take it and leave. Yes, I think the recent buff to Enchantress was good because it makes it unclear if you're supposed to be playing Shang-Chi or if you're supposed to be playing Enchantress. And that uncertainty is ideal. You don't wanna... You don't want to, you always play this one. Oh, this is actually good fun here. I get to take Polaris and yank their Nebula down into Hell's Kitchen. So I get to fill... Quite full now. Yes, so I get to fill their Lizard Path while also making sure their Nebula doesn't trigger. Which is great here for us. This could be a Galactus gamer. Could also just be Wavehulk. Wave let us take their Odin away there, which is huge. Oh, I feel like we're kind of dead, huh? An okay start, they just put too many numbers into play. Our next a little clunky. We don't have Zabu to start. I don't have Odin anymore. Yeah, but just like have 4 cards. You know, stature, you get magnetoed. Supposed to bounce.
Escaped.
An inked black ball. That's not actually. That's what that one looks like by default. Alright, what other Nebula goodies do we have going on in here? I don't know that I believe Nebula has value inside of these cores. Like, I don't think these decks are bad. Like, the stats are good. I just, like, look at it and it's like, what is Nebula, like, is this actually better than just playing Iceman, like this deck used to do before? It's like the TLDR. Nebula feel better than Nightcrawler in the previous deck. Yeah, I think so. I didn't feel like we had trouble enabling Miles with only 2 things, which is worth noting. Yeah, we played a few Nebula Storm decks. Maybe we'll go back and play some more of those. I'm actually a little surprised this Have Some Crap build is slightly better stats than the Sheet-Off build. Is there a Nebula build with our Guardians of the Galaxy? I mean, there are, but also kind of eh. Take a look at my notes here. We'll play some more. I think I might roll back and do a repeat of other ones that we've done. Some more of this. We didn't do any of this one with Doctor Doom. This is closest to something we played earlier. Let's try this. I think I kind of want to try Absorbing Man in it though. Absorbing Man was really impressive when we played something similar earlier today. He played this earlier, and it felt pretty alright. Maybe just try slotting Dr. Doom into here, rather than the Titania build. I almost wonder if I feel like if I wanted to fit Doom into here, it would be like over Miles or over Spider-Woman. Dr. Doom doesn't go well with Professor X. Yeah, but it goes really well with a bunch of flooded locations, and it goes fine with Spider-Man. Yeah, I think that's a good take magic. Absorbing Man is really good in this deck. I'm pretty confident Absorbing Man is good. So I was up for Spider-Man. I'll try this. Where is it? There we go. Pickaxe Ron, thanks for the heavier, by the way. Star Rail was fun. We played it for like an hour on stream, and I played it for like another hour off stream on my mobile. It's like a high quality mobile game. that had some frame rate issues on PC. Need to optimize a little bit more. Hopefully they get it for PlayStation at some point. I do most of my off-stream gaming on the PS5, just like to sit on my couch with the controller. Cosmo for Killmonger. We have armor for Killmonger, which I think is good enough a lot of the time. Storm. Storm. A little Jeffception sales. Well,
Wind, aid my hand.
I get to Daredevil to know where they're playing. Oh, Nova sucks. It means that our Nebula's gonna die. How do two asteroid M locations interact with each other? They resolve from left to right. So if you played like here, it would get pulled to the left and then pulled to the right. We need to move this for the sake of making miles cheaper next turn. We're probably still dead though.
Opponent snapped.
Miles doesn't like stature. You have to remove every time. Yeah, I don't know that 13's enough to win here. Or plus 13 puts us to 18. Their bishop's gonna get plus 4 up to 7. And then they're like plus 4 up to 11. Oh, they only have 3 cards in hand. One could be Mysterio, though. Ish. I think we're supposed to leave here. Mysterio gets us. Close. Movement gamer. Sure. Deal. Inked Rainbow Crackle Multiple Man. Sure. Oh, am I playing Miles next turn? I might be. That is a bot split forge on the left. A border effect, but no. Snapped. Yeah, probably.
Wind, aid my hand.
I feel like having an inked crackle on a base art multiple man is something that's pretty unlikely. Because I feel like if you're someone who's going to play enough movement to like get this kind of split on a multiple man, you're also going to have invested in a variant for it. It's like a weird enough card that if you're super into it, you're going to be super into it all the way, not just part way. Really let them know how dedicated you are to your bad card.
This just in.
Alright, chat. I think it's, oh, you know what? I should have played him to the left or right and moved him into Sanctum.
Wind, aid my hand.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wind, aid my hand.
That'd be Surfer. Yeah, they're definitely Surfer. Oh, I don't think Ted wins the left tier. That being Surfer also means that Killmonger is possible, so I think we gotta go even for one.
Escaped.
I really want this Nebula variant. Being so patient, not spewing gold. It's my Nebula variant, and I want it now. He gets the best pass variant since the close, but yeah, I think it's up there. Quite good for sure. Woohoo! Look at these two lovely ladies sharing the space throne. Things you love to see. It. I think I just do this against their Killmonger deck. They need to put 4 in the middle while beating our plus 12 here, but they have Hawk at 12 stats with the Korg and the Rock Slide, so. Sometimes lucky rubber ducky. See, Living Tribunal got updated to 6/6. I did. I think that probably makes it worse. We'll see, though. It felt like that card really wanted to be a Mr. Negative card. Now, it's not really. Six Living Tribunal is Mr. Fantastic with more steps. Oof. Oof.
Wind, aid my hand.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
With the frequency of balance changes, do you plan on updating your meta-analysis more frequently also? It depends on how much the changes actually impact, like, what people are playing, right? Like, if we actually see meaningful shifts, then yeah, I think that's something I plan to do, but if things mostly stay the same, probably just let it ride. I've always kind of they've been like once a month type videos for me, because that's when it's been like as needed as the patches happen. But yeah, the OTA could definitely change there. Why did I retreat? Because they're likely a Killmonger deck, and I don't think Zoro. I don't think we were likely to beat a Killmonger that game. Jiff! Jiff! The Space Throne needs you, Jiff! There's our lad, chat. If he can't do it, no one can. It feels so weird there's a balance change coming in 2 days. I mean, it feels great to know there's a balance change coming in 2 days. Is that what you meant?
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
So Jeff wins the middle. The question is, can we win the Space Throne with 5? Oh, probably not. Their deck doesn't often have. Oh yeah, he probably just ties the middle actually. As their +2. Shit. Hey, I gotta go. Yes, they could also play a Jeff of their own. Did Unite ever fix my name? Nope. They didn't respond to my support requests. Hey, Kazoo, thanks for the biddies. Happy Tuesday and season rollover day to you. Adelan's annoying. I'd like to draw a copy of Storm in our next couple. All right, we got a coin flip to get rid of that. We'll take it. Armor right only ties right though, right? But I guess I could claw.
Oh, snap. Victory.
Thanks, Wanda. Yes, if you storm right, the rocks stay in play. Yeah, for those that have been following, you're going to be talking about regular balance updates. Every Thursday, so 2 days from now, we'll get OTA, over-the-air updates. Last week, they changed the numbers on 4 cards, so they can't change the text on cards, but they can change any numbers on the cards. And numbers means cost, it means power, and it means numbers in the text box. So, like, they can make Claw give +5 or +7, for example. Any shots in the dark for what they'll change this week? Hopefully we get more buffs. I don't know if there's really... I don't know if there's any numbers changes that I really expect on cards after they whacked, what's it called?
Opponent snapped. Oh, snap.
Thank you, Wanda. I appreciate you. Your service will be noted. Thanks for playing. Listen, chat. Alright, Jesus took the wheel there. But he had our back in the long term. A little bit of a roller coaster ride. He came through when it counted. From the luckiest to unluckiest man alive, exactly. Abyssal! Thank you for the over 4 years. Coming up on the big Hawaii 5-0 here soon. Yes, Cerebro 3 is, it's something. It is a deck of legal Marvel Snap cards you are allowed to play. When does Darkhawk drop? When the patch happens on the 16th, most likely. Not officially confirmed for a patch on the 16th, but every 4 weeks would put it then. I think we played Lizard before Jeff released to this deck, but Jeff really makes it a lot better.
My hand.
Jeff is good with Storm and Professor X. Yeah? All right. Yes, I subbed Jessica Jones out, Nebula in for Jessica Jones, which just felt good pulling the curve down a little bit. You want to X the middle? Yeah, that's probably a good take, huh? Because I can get Jeff and Claw to get up to 12 in here. And now I think the play is
In range.
just Cosmo armor, right? Just to shut down any chance of Doctor Doom.
Victory.
You're games have been non-stop Galactus. This deck's got a pretty good Galactus matchup too if you're looking for something. Cosmo, Storm X, all great tools there. I appreciate everybody hanging out today, by the way. Great to have almost 2,500 people in here for some Marvel snapping. For anybody that's new to the channel, my name is Jeff Hoagland. I stream full-time here on Twitch. You'll find me here Monday through Friday for about 9 a.m. Central till about 3, 4, sometimes even 5 p.m. Central. We play a lot of decks every day when I stream here. Usually I try and change up what we're playing every 60 to 90 minutes to always get a lot of variety in. Today, obviously, we're playing all Nebula pile since she's fresh, but usually I try and play a big range of things on the average day. If you are looking for different decks to try out and you want to see only the best of what I do here, I also have a YouTube channel at youtube.com/HoaglandiaSnap. I post deck highlights there 7 days a week, typically showcasing all of the best decks that I have played most recently. Zero into Atuma here. Ooh, Jeff gets to go into the sandbar. But I want to play this Atuma. I'm going to Atuma left or right, and then I'm going to Cosmo Destroyer the other part. High Evolutionary is definitely the most exciting release this month. Really looking forward to get my hands on that one. Zeroed cards cannot go in the sandbar, unfortunately. Well, I mean, what are the odds our opponent can play into the sandbar here? 0? I think there's a 0% chance they can play into the sandbar. I think we Professor X the right. And then we have Jeff just like shimmy on in here. We could have Dr. Doom. Yes, that's true. Some of these Sarah decks are playing Doom. You won't pay 6K for Jeff. In my opinion, Jeff is currently the second best card you can spend 6K tokens on. He gets edged out by Thanos a little bit because Thanos is perpetually Series 5. But Jeff goes in a lot of stuff, and I think is a very good use of tokens. Well, it's turn 6. Why did the opponent surrender? Because they couldn't win the game. So they left, rather than continuing to play. Do we know what's downgrading this month? We do, yeah. Every single month, at the start of the month, I do an updated tier list for Series 4 and 5 cards. And I always cover what's going to be downgrading in that tier list. Natuma! Rip. I think we're dead. I guess we'll vibe here for a second, but... Release am I most excited for? I mean, High Evolutionary is like 7 releases in one. Cards guess.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
How many universes does this win the game in? Skyzo, thank you for the 3.5 years. Welcome back. All of them. I don't know about all of them, but I think some of them is the answer. Because they have to play a card right. Get Doctor Doomed. Yeah. Destroyer left. Destroyer left also lost this game. I guess if I Destroyer left and put Jeff mid, do we win? If I Destroyer left and put Jeff mid, we full tie. Yeah, we'd be 15 to 11, 7 to 7, 18, 14. Yeah, we'd have full tied with Destroyer left. You think Marvel Snap should have an arena limited mode like Hearthstone or Magic? Sure. I think more ways to play the game tend to be a good thing. He's such a good boy, Chip. Nice. Nice. Damn it.
Wind, aid my hand.
Okay, Destroyer gives me a good chance to win the throne room. Gonna catch Guardians 3 on the release weekend. Maybe? Maybe. Right on time, Gamora. Welcome to the party.
Opponent snapped. Escape.
See, Chad, it's so easy to beat Galactus. You just have to have your hate card, and then they can't win. What does Galactus play that wins there? Null or Death? Both beat us there?
Breaking news.
Atuma died, chat. Atuma got pulled into play by... Got pulled into play by Dr. Octopus. Even Chavez was beating us there. Accurate. Go long, bud. Should have played around World Ship. Yep. Mood. Armor the Monster Metropolis. Maybe set up a Tuma there. Yeah, I'm gonna Storm to Krisha. Then we'll go like a Tuma into Claw.
Aid my hand.
Or we'll just Tuma the Flooding. Like, I want to spread out here, make them play for every location.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
Friendly neighborhood get stuffed here. We are losing to Dr. Doom on the right. Doesn't look like they have it. $48 more Gamora boosters, chat. We get to spin the Infinity Split wheel again. He's my current ink/gold target. We're gonna claw 2 here technically, but Gamora is the one I want real bad. Is that Claw variant new? No, Claw's just not a super popular card, so you don't see a ton of it. You like the Season Pass Gamora? It's okay. I like it less than the current one that I have. Might be a turn late. I don't want to zero anything, so we'll zero into the Titan. Alright, 1 destroyer, please. This Twitch stream, pre-recorded, etc., etc. They could beat us here, I suppose. We're only going to 24. Leader into the Cosmo, eh? Leader gamers, chat. Leader gamers. The more Gamora boosties. Things you love to see. It. They're by the ultimate variants too. No, the 5,000 token variants are like $150 a pop. I have a lot of things in this game because it's my job. I don't spend $150 a pop on cosmetics just for kicks. I spend enough on Marvel stat passes. I don't need $150 variants on top of it. Also, Daredevil in this deck. Unnecessary. We're punting the left. You get ultimate variants to random drops. No. The random mystery variants on the collection level track, in fact, can only be, they can only be, what's it called? They can only be 700 gold variants.
Opponent snapped. Escaped.
That's fine. We got 5 Gamora boosters, chat. That's really what we're after. We don't want to hit infinite too quickly and just only play against bots for the rest of the week. Slow and steady climb to infinite. We collect boosters for our splits is lovely. We ever just X the mid? If they hadn't snapped us, I was going to X the mid, Zamaru. But I think there's a good chance our X mid didn't win mid. What's the problem?
Wind, aid my hand.
You ever checked how many matches it usually takes me to get infinite? If you look back on my YouTube channel, there are some this many matches to get to infinite videos up there from previous seasons when I tracked it. Hey, nice planet. They could interact with the Bifrost here. Or maybe I'm supposed to put... Actually, you know what? I'm supposed to put Cosmo in the middle here, right? To stop them from interacting with Bifrost. Because these two will slide first anyways.
Opponent snapped.
This is a rendition of Ocean's deck. No, I own the NFT for this one. Only my big brain could possibly have thought up this combination of 12 cards. Don't let me pseudo. Thank you for the quarter of a year. Welcome back. No, they slide in play order, touchpad. So if I had all 3 cards here, I'd be guaranteed to get... If I had armor, or a Tuma armor Cosmo, I'd guaranteed to get a Tuma armor over to here. Just gonna slam this destroyer down here in the middle. I don't want them to know Claw is coming, because they might think they could win the right by playing out 8 cards, and I want them to think that. Oh, the Nebula just sits here and gets bigger too. I forgot about that. Gosh, she's great. Well, I mean, if Nebula is getting 2 bigger again, she's going to 22. I think we just do this, right? Try to make sure we win the middle. Yeah. Oh.
Victory.
Alright, chat. I need to take a bio break really quick. We've got a bunch of people in here, so I'm planning to stream for another hour or 2 still today. Appreciate everybody hanging out. I'm gonna hit the ad roll button since I'm stepping away anyways. I'll see you in about 2 minutes. Don't go anywhere. We're gonna be playing lots more Nebula before I'm done today. Let's do it. Bet we start to see Electra being teched in. Nah, I think the Electra is bad. Just play Killmonger. Take his,
Oh, snap.
kinda bad, really good, neutral, snap. Electra does have some great variants. You're not wrong. It's a damn shame she is thoroughly outclassed. Appreciate everybody that stuck through the short break. Apologies for being human.
Victory.
Hey, what's going on, Zach? Welcome to the snap side of things. If you're just getting into things for the first time, I recommend checking out this playlist at some point on my YouTube channel that I call my Marvel Snap Minutes playlist. Got a bunch of introductory topics up there. I kind of cover a bunch of stuff that's good to know that the client doesn't explicitly tell you. It's the best Thanos deck currently. I think the Daredevil, Professor X, Spider-Man variations of Thanos are my favorite. There's a build example of this in my best decks video that was here from the week before. Did you notice if there are fewer bots this season? No, I've been playing against an incredible amount of bots this season. I'm just gonna go ahead and leave, I think. They have a demon for the sandbar. My hand's kind of clunky to start. None of my good ones or twos that I want to start on. The second dinner release numbers. No, player-based numbers like that usually aren't something that's publicly accessible like Courier. Closest thing you kind of have is like Steam charts or trends, but that doesn't count mobile players, which is much bigger in a game like Stat. Our own personal feature location here. Claw will be helpful in getting into there at least, as well as Jeff. Potentially put 9 stats in. Nice. I think I snap on that. Worth noting that whatever we zero does not get into the sandbar.
Victory.
Any reasoning behind throwing Nebula to the right most times? I just want to play her to a location that my opponent might be apprehensive to play to. Also, if I have Storm, I can mitigate the downside of a location that's bad there. Like, take for example a hand like this. I play Nebula on the right and say it's Oscorp Tower or Murder World. Well, I have armor for Murder World. Say it's like Oscorp Tower or something my opponent wouldn't want to play into. I could Storm and mitigate that, and then she'll get bigger for the turn. Do any Nebula decks stand out as especially strong? I think the one thing that I would like to kind of articulate there is there really aren't Nebula decks. Like, Nebula's different than a lot of the other Season Pass cards we have in that you shouldn't really be building your deck around Nebula so much as you should just be slotting her into decks where she already kind of works. So, like, I think the best decks that are playing Nebula are ones like this that were already playing things like Storm and Professor X and are, like, happy to have another card that synergizes with these things. I think that Nimrod deck you played in that video is one of the better non-Galactus Null decks, 100%. It's easily the best non-Galactus Null deck I've played. Not close. Interesting stat, the average number of players on Steam hasn't really dropped. 10K in November and 9K in April. That's interesting. What's the peak on the in-between there, Ben? Ben's up. Did it peak up above that much or not really?
Wind, aid my hand. Wind, aid my hand.
Kinda new. What do you mean by playing with bots? So there are bots on the Marvel Snap Ladder. Full breakdown on what they are, how they work, and why they exist in this video here. So we'll Jeff here to stop the Nebula. Then we'll slide Jeff to the left to shrink the lizard and give +3. And then Claw will win the right. Looking at Bast or Titania as my pickup this season. Any recommendations between the two? If you enjoy playing bounce decks, Bast is really good there. If you don't enjoy playing bounce decks or Mr. Negative decks, Titania is probably the more flexible pickup. Bast is the more unique effect, though. Titania is a card you could more easily replace, whereas Bast is like, this card is the only card that does this thing that she's doing. RQR Master X85 with the 87-month resubscription. Thank you for the giant pile of months. It's good to have you back. Oh, man. Brutal. We lost the 50-50. Magneto grabs 3 drops at random. So he was 50% to grab Cosmo and 50% to grab Storm. And if we would have grabbed Storm, we'd have still been winning here thanks to the Claw. Close game. That's longer than some of my children. Yes, it really is. Professor X would have won that for us. I wouldn't have been winning the right with Professor X, right? Because I played Claw on 6. Yeah. I don't understand what problem the bounce deck has that's being solved by adding Nebula into it. If you're picking Nebula up and replaying her to a different location, then you're taking a turn off of her having a chance to get a buff, and that seems significantly worse than just playing a different 1-drop. Well, people keep asking about Nebula and bounce, but I played a lot of that deck, and I don't get it. Well, shit. We're winning the middle. We need to drop Professor X here. If you bounce her with Beast and play her and no cards are played, she gets buffed that turn and doesn't have to wait. That sounds like a bug that's being abused. There's a few different really weird bugs, but if you pick Nebula up with Beast and you can replay her and she gets +2 the turn she gets replayed, I hope that whoever has experienced that has reported it as a bug. That is definitely not working as intended.
Aid my hand.
And unfortunately, we are just into Galactus. So we gotta go.
Escaped.
And that game's a good example of, like, our deck has a lot of really good tools against Galactus, but sometimes you just get Doc-Ocked and then none of your tools really matter. Yeah, I think if Nebula buffed the turn you played her, she's probably a little too good. Because, accurate statement. Is it normal that 65% of the decks that I face between 80 and 100 are Galactus decks? So that's your first message. So this is a good chance to let you in on, like, what this channel is about. And explicitly, this channel is not a Republican safe space, which means that we don't just like people to make up statistics and use it to fuel their feelings because it makes them mad to hear the stats that they're making up. So I promise you that 65% of your matches have certainly not been Galactus between 80 and 100. But your old friend confirmation bias and you not actually writing it down or keeping track of what your matches have been maybe makes it feel that way. So please consider maybe actually taking notes and seeing what your matchups actually end up looking like when you take notes. How do they get more power into kill? They're a Jeff deck? They could be a Jeff deck. They don't. Okay.
Victory.
Yeah, and that's the other thing. If you are actually recording your matches and you're getting a really high density of Galactus, my next question would be, okay, how many times are you re-queuing into the same Galactus player? Because a real problem with Marvel stat matchmaking is that you can constantly repair into the same opponent match after match. That's definitely a real, and it's not even clear if that's a bug. That's a real feature that exists in the software. This is actually kind of a fun one that's come up here a couple of times. Nebula into Jotunheim. So she gets too bigger, but they have to like get penalized. They want to play more in there. Fun interaction that's worth pointing out here. Atuma into Dark Dimension survives at the end of the game. Is matchmaking still regional? It is, yeah. So you can play direct challenge matches globally, but your ladder matchmaking is still just regional, which kind of shrinks your player pool a little bit. Also, shout out to JMS who just asked that question. 3-month subscriber, first time chatter. Lurking supporters, the real MVP. Appreciate you all. Does Atuma also survive Invisible Woman? He does, yeah. Yeah, they have synergy together. If you Invisible Woman and then put Atuma underneath, he'll live at the end of the game. Oh, I forgot to press the enter button. I apologize for rambling. We've played 2 cards into Jotunheim. Interesting. The club. God, why is her animation so good, chat? It's just so clean. So clean. We're plus... I think I'm winning the left without doing anything. Or the right. Without doing anything. What do we think? Do we Gamora 0 or do we 0 Storm Jeff? I kind of think I want to do this. This is a Atuma face down for us. I think there's a Killmonger coming. Ooh, Killmonger coming is a quality thought. I don't know that I have counterplay to Killmonger coming. That might do it. It's Jeff my favorite card. He's up there. Definitely a sweet one. Yikes! Dead So, no Professor X, no armor in the 9 cards we drew is a brutal one. Man, if I'd had Gamoran on the right, we'd have actually won. I didn't think a Tuba would be enough to handle the left. Rip. Zap Brannigan! Thanks for the almost 3 months. Welcome back. Yeah, I could have also... I just didn't think a Tuba was enough to win the left on his own. Should have trusted our boy. Should have known he had our back. Hey, Jarrett's. That's for the 3.5. Is a tuba surviving there a bug or a feature? It is a feature. As the intended behavior is my understanding. Oh, Goose is a little unfortunate. Means I can't Atuma into here. Okay, that's kind of nice though.
Wind, aid my hand.
So let's say they go She-Hulk, Doctor Doom. Can I beat She-Hulk, Doctor Doom? I don't think so. This would put me 13-13. And then I would be 15 versus 11. And then they're going to be at 7, 16, 21. And I'm only going to be at 7.
Escaped.
I'm assuming that they're gonna play She-Hulk alongside of their Doctor Doom. They She-Hulk right, Doom middle is the Doom Wave deck's big play at the end there. Typically speaking. Yes, we'd have beaten She-Hulk plus Doom there if it had been anything other than Baxter Building on the right. Having the strangest sense of deja vu.
Wind, aid my hand.
Is this a control deck? Yes. Mine's bigger. Neener, neener. Yeah, I think it's Storm Baxter building.
Wind, aid my hand.
Gosh, we're gonna lose to Doom again. Even without the danger of weird in there. So you get timed out for asking a question because I gave a rough estimate 65%. Saying 65% of your matches when you're not actually keeping track of them isn't giving a rough estimate. It's posting objectively wrong fucking bullshit in my chat. You weren't timed out for asking a question. You were timed out for fucking lying and acting like that's not what you were doing, which is why you're banned now. You timed me out for asking a question. No, I timed you out for lying. Stop it.
Face the might of Asgard.
Wait, RN Lockjaw, take the wheel. Oh, God, that's a huge rip. What's going on, Hawk Sauce? Thanks for the 5 months.
Opponent snap.
Yeah.
Escaped.
Alright, I think I'm ready to change piles again. He even sent me a message about it. That's one that always gets me. Is like when people like send DMs to random people in the chat or to the mods. Listen. It's generally agreed upon within the community that Jeff is the best to drop. I don't know if we're at a point where I would say that's generally agreed upon yet, but I think that that's a good take. Kitty Pride re-releases everyone next week. No, on the 16th should be our next scheduled pass. I will say something that's happened a few... Got him! Something that's happened a few times with this deck now that has felt a little awkward is... It definitely doesn't feel amazing that... It doesn't feel amazing that Black Bolt frequently discard rocks from their hands. I play for all three here. It could be right to play Stature left, though. There's been a decrease in Sandman deck since the season roll. There's been a decrease in Sandman deck since they nerfed it on Thursday. Yeah. I think last time I checked Untapped stats, it was like sub 5% compared to the almost 15% it was before they whacked it. Looking forward to the move meta in June. I'm looking forward to those cards potentially being more competitive for sure, yeah. For the over 4 years, Millbot, welcome back. The advanced search options on Untapped, a premium function or free. They're a premium function. Without premium, Untapped just gives you like base like tier list. It doesn't show you rates or stats for anything. Alright, Stature is the actual factual best one to get hit there if we can manage to peel Black Bolt. She will set herself to 1 regardless of that. So Black Bolt's our best draw next turn. Would you rather have the current release schedule or multiple cards released at the cadence of a month? I think 1 card released per week is a great system. Literally the only thing I would change about the current release system is that new cards releasing at 10 p.m. Central on Monday nights really sucks. Please, for the love of God, stop releasing cards when we should be sleeping. This is Beep Boop, right? Six cards in their deck. I think we've seen any bot. Oh, this is a bot split here. Order effect with no background. From a dev perspective, how do you think they got to that odd release schedule? I think arbitrarily someone set the day rollover to just be at that time and they just haven't had the chance to move it. And there's technological hurdles in moving it for whatever reason. Hey, McDiesel. What card release are most jazzed about for this month? Definitely High Evolutionary. High Evolutionary has the chance to create like 3, 4, maybe even more than that different decks. It'll be a card that takes us a little while to figure out. High Evolutionary is like a Thanos level puzzle to solve. There's a lot to do there. You please stop hogging all the bots. I would love to not play against any bots on stream. That would be awesome. Preferred even. They have not communicated, when or what cards will be permanent Series 5, if any. it is so fucking strange to me to hear people defend a 10 p.m. release schedule or an 8 p.m. PT release schedule. One, yes, Europe is sleeping when it releases. Two, yeah, sure. You're never gonna please absolutely everyone, but like releasing new content when their entire office staff is on the left coast practically and it's in the evening there, like you ideally should have your people in the office when your new content's releasing. And it's so weird to me that people are like, no, that shouldn't be the case. But they're not an Asia company. They're not a company that's based in Asia. Like imagine they roll out a card and there's a huge fucking problem with it. We don't have to imagine it. Yep. It's true. Where do they think goes to revenue for? I believe when they shared stats on, or when stats were posted on revenue, it was primarily EUNA. Like, again, like, I'm gonna say this piece and I'm gonna start timing and banning people out that are gonna try and sit here and argue this. I promise you, it was not a conscious fucking decision. I promise you, they're not like, this is tactical and strategical, and we think we're doing something that makes a ton of sense. It was almost assuredly fucking arbitrary, and now it just kind of is what it is. It's so weird to me that people are just like, yeah, there's reasons for this and stuff. It's like, no, there's not. Stop it. All right, they play Chavez somewhere and then they lose. They discard Chavez and then they lose.
Victory.
Yeah, I don't have a source offhand, but I'm pretty sure there's a second dinner comment talking about wanting to move the rollover. So I'm gonna stop rambling about it. It just annoys me when people are just like trying to play devil's fucking advocate. You know, the devil has enough advocates. You don't need to advocate for him too. Timeouts are the real Hooglandia hype train. There's some truth to that. The same company that accidentally put the mystery bear on the paid track 2 months in a row. Yeah, you dense motherfucker. And they gave you a free goddamn mystery variant to make up for the fact that they fucked up for a second month in a row. Holy shit. Imagine, it's a conspiracy. They gave everybody an extra variant. Herf, nerf, herf, nerf. Good God. And that's again just like one of those things that like it's ascribing to malice something that's adequately explained by, oh, we just forgot and fucked up. It's like, oh, there's a conspiracy here. It was left on the paid track a second month ago. It's like, or they gave everybody a comp one again because they simply forgot to fix it or didn't get around to it. And it isn't a big deal because they can easily just inbox everybody a thing for it. There isn't a conspiracy. Mistakes happen. Is the Snap subreddit down? Where are all the conspiracy theorists here? How you get the gray variants? So the gray variants are not technically variants. They're what are called splits. So similar to how you can get the kind of rainbowy background, you can get the inked finish like I have here. Yes, the connection problems are flipping up for me here on stream as well, as you just saw. It is not you, it is Snap. Mistakes are boring and overdone. Conspiracies are cool and fun. Yeah, exactly. All right, so if they Mystique and Patriot here, they go plus 12, and then I lose the middle, unfortunately, right? Sedge. Oh, wait. Wait a minute. Spectrum lets me tie, and then I win the breaker? All right, YOLO. Well, hello there. Any non-fiction book recommendations? I haven't read a book above the 3rd grade reading level in over a decade. I work a lot and have 3 small children. The classic 1 power drones on the Ultron. That works. Chance at about the 1st grade level. That's true, you know. The only Snap conspiracy I buy into is they give the best variants to bad cards. Yeah. It always makes me funny when people put work in quotes when I talk about this being my job. Listen, chat, I've got a graduate degree and I spent time working at a Fortune 50 company doing data analysis and process automation before I started doing this here. I work way fucking harder doing this as my job than I ever did working in corporate America. How old am I? I am 32. Basically any small business owner works significantly more than most people that have more traditional jobs. Because that's essentially what this is, right? I'm a small business owner. This is could be Galactus, but it's probably just Wavehall. Great. Copium. Damn it. Yeah, the what's it called into the center was strange if they were a Galactus deck. They should have played Doc Got Great. Maybe they forgot Nowhere was there. Do you claim us as dependents on your taxes? I need to know as I start preparing. I do not. For tax purposes, chat, I am actually a corporation. For those of you that aren't familiar with what that means, it means I have more rights than all of you normal individuals. Do I enjoy my work more? I really enjoy, I really enjoy typically the time from when I click go live to when I sign off. That's the portion of the job that I really like. It's why Twitch is my primary platform. But a lot of the other parts of it can be a little tedious or annoying at times. Part of the reason why I don't do more YouTube stuff is because doing more YouTube stuff is just part of the job that I don't really enjoy. Can you use your Citizens United rights for healthcare? Chat, I can't even get healthcare for myself with this as my job. We have my wife for that. Oh yeah, we have Hoaglandia LLC. Technically exists. How easy / difficult was the conversation with your wife to go full-time? Very, very easy. I didn't attempt to start doing this as a full-time job until it was making a full-time salary for me. So it's not like I walked away from my job at the Fortune 50 company and was like, okay, I'm going to quit my good paying job and like stream on twitch.tv now. I quit my job at the Fortune 50 company I quit my job at the Fortune 50 company initially to do the stay-at-home dad thing when my oldest son was born. And then I was still streaming part-time in addition to that because I just really enjoyed doing it. And then at some point, I was looking at my metrics and I was like, oh, we're actually like starting to make some small amount of money here. So I was like, okay, I really like doing this. Maybe we hire a babysitter so I could do it slightly more frequently. And then it just kind of transitioned from there. This past year for 2023, yeah, there's a surfer deck. We may or may not be dead here. Was actually my first year filing as a corp. I had just filed as an individual with 1099s in the previous years. Which is much worse for tax purposes. Would not recommend. It was just a number of hoops to jump through to get it all set up. We weren't sure that this was gonna be a lasting thing. Last year was my 4th year or 5th year doing this full time. 4th year, 2018, 2019, 2020. I think that sounds right. I forget. The years all blur together. How do you get over the initial weirdness of having a channel at first with no viewers and building that up? Well, so the cold, hard, brutal reality is that people that have no audience to start on twitch.tv essentially never gain an initial audience. Twitch as a platform and the way that, more specifically, the way that people watch content on Twitch, there is no discoverability on Twitch as a platform. All of the people that become successful on Twitch, myself included, came with some notoriety or audience from somewhere else. In my particular case, I spent 2013 to 2018 traveling to play Magic the Gathering competitively on an independent circuit here in the United States, and that gave me a small amount of initial notoriety where people were already following me on Twitter, which I then started posting that I was streaming, which brought people from Twitter to here, and then I grew from there. But it's also worth noting that even with that small amount of notoriety from being a successful competitive player, in my opinion, the only reason that my content ever really took off into a full-time job was I was in the right place at the right time. So, in 2017, I believe it was, a well-known Magic the Gathering Twitch streamer named Paul Chian by handle Haumph, he went to work for Wizards of the Coast, which meant that he stopped streaming. And suddenly, there were a bunch of people that typically watched Magic content in this time slot where he was streaming that went looking for new streamers, and I happened to be online with my handful of viewers from notoriety from doing tournament stuff that then new people clicked into. They're like, oh, I like what this guy is doing, so I'm going to stay. So like, I'm good at what I do. I'm good at content production, but being good at it alone doesn't mean that you'll be successful. There's a number of other things that also have to break your way on top of that. All right, so we slide Nebula into the rickety bridge here. That's actually a pretty okay draw. Deck has 5 cards in it. Alex, I know you're a regular here, so I'm not going to ban you for that comment, but this is just a heads up that those types of comments are really not welcome in my space. The type of derogatory, oh, hot tub streamer, yada, 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 like people making that type of content have it easier is big incel vibes and doesn't understand a fundamental misunderstanding of the industry. Don't do it in my spaces. And to someone in chat who just said, I never knew about your tournament stuff, it's like, well, yeah, once I moved from doing tournament stuff with that small amount of notoriety into making content like I do now, people found me with Snap stuff just as a content creator. So that tournament background is, years ago at this point. I've been doing full-time content for over 5 years now. That tournament stuff is mostly behind me. And for people, that usually then begs the question, Jeff, why did you stop traveling to play tournament Magic? My best year playing tournament Magic, I finished in 2nd place overall on the independent tournament circuit that I was playing on. I made $21,000 in prize money that calendar year playing tournaments. I spent $19,000 on cards, equipment, gas, hotel, plane tickets, meals, etc. So, traveling to play in card game tournaments was a ton of fun, and I got to travel the country to do it, and I don't regret spending time doing that. Like, it was a hobby that made me, $2,000 on the year. But it wasn't a job, right? Like, it was, I had fun traveling the country with my buddies playing card games. They discarded Death, and then naturally I discarded Stature, because that's how that always works. So what you're trying to say is you made a promise. What you're saying, you made the money. That is correct. Weren't you a commentator as well? I did commentary for some small things, but I was primarily just playing. I didn't see the person Alex was replying to runtime, sorry. Step 1, play Magic. Step 2, question mark. Step 3, profit. Step 4, realize you're still broke. Oh yeah, that's a good ban. Whenever people are like, and it's always, what's this person's avatar? It's always some male presenting shitter in their avatar picture that's like, women have it easier and it's much easier to be successful as a content producer on the internet if you're a woman. It's just like, I have people give me shit for just my hairline and my voice, and women almost assuredly get way more fucking ridicule and abuse about their appearance than I do as a man. The idea that female content producers have it easier on this platform and are more successful because of it is just like fundamentally disconnected from reality. just not how the world works at all. You're beautiful and don't tolerate naysayers. I know. I agree. Listen, chat. I'm plenty secure. People like to comment on my shirts and how they cling to my beautiful man body, but that's their problem. It's not my problem. Man, I really wanted to play Miles this turn, but Black Cat's kinda yummy. We could just Zabu Spider-Man though. Excuse me. This is probably better. The Adelan I think makes this better because we're about to lose our hand. I think if Adelan wasn't here, I'd consider just playing Black Cat out. Okay. This is a bot. No, these are bot split specific, but technically this Sunspot could be a human. It's probably a bot though, so I'm gonna try and get an extra cube here. I worked in TV for over a decade, and we often got viewer emails complaining about what our anchors or reporters are wearing, but it was 100% about the female talent. I never once got an email complaining about how the men looked or what they wore on the show. Yep. What are obvious tells for a bot? Well, this is a inked without a finish. That's a guaranteed bot. As for that, you kind of get a feel for which decks the bots are playing over the course of a season. Like this discard deck is like one of the bot decks that's been coming. They only play a specific subset of decks. Am I doing any Genshin banner pulls today? I don't know yet. I need to play, I want to do the trial for Baizu and see, but I already have Ganyu fully built. And I don't know what's what I'm searching for. I don't know that I really want Ganyu Constellations. I don't know that I'm interested in any of the 4 stars. I think my wife's gonna pull for Baizu. She needs a good healer shielder. I'm gonna wait and see how he plays. Is the new Space Train game just reskin Genshin? No, it's turn-based combat, Hacksaw. Ooh, we're almost 85. Almost 85. That was my goal for today, was 85. I don't know that we're gonna fit more Honkai Star Rail in for live time on stream. I've been chatting about it in the Discord server, and I'll probably play it off, but my viewer metrics for non-snap games tend to be worse, so it's not something I fire up unless a sponsored opportunity arises. What characters bring me joy in Genshin? I really like Chao. His pogo stick is fun. Up and down. My thoughts on Slay the Spire? I'm not a huge fan of Slay as a game. It's not quite my cup of tea. I've also been playing a lot of Seiyu though. I've been playing, my overworld team lately has been Seiyu, Rosaria, Ganyu, Shenhei. And Seiyu's overworld movement is a ton of fun. Slide Jeff to the left. We might Miles into the middle next turn. We'll see. How do you feel about Nebula? Nebula is very reasonable. I like her. I like her a lot. This might be overcommitting here, but I really want to shrink their lizard. They might make a big play this turn. The problem with Slay the Spire, for me at least, is there's no story component, it's just the gameplay, and the actual gameplay doesn't tend to have particularly complex sequencing decisions inside of it. What are your thoughts on Nebula and Bar Sinister turn 1? Maybe not good, but probably great. Oh yeah, Snap already confirmed that they're giving everybody a free collection track thing again. That's why it was a non-complaint. It's like, yeah, they very clearly know that they missed on that again. I'm hoping it'll be fixed for next month, but it's like, honestly, if they're just giving everybody a free thing anyways, like, who cares? That's our 85 match, right? We've got cubes to spew now.
Victory.
We got cubes to spew. Nice, nice. Omega Gamers. Okay. Let's, I think we've been live for about 7 hours. I think I'm gonna go ahead and call it an afternoon. Let's do a couple of quick hit summaries here on Nebula before we go for people that are looking to copy some deck lists. For starters, there is a highlight up on the Hoaglandia Snap YouTube channel with this deck list, if you did not see it this morning. This is the old Magic, create Limbo, pass on 6, play She-Hulk and Infinite on turn 7. Magic creating Limbo also lets Nebula get bigger, and this deck already wanted to play Armor. I think this core is very reasonable. This deck that I've got titled here, Stock Good Stuff, is exactly that. It's just like a bunch of reasonable, high-quality cards. This deck almost feels like a Sarah deck without playing Sarah, just because you have, like, Miles and Stature for cheap, high-power threats, and then you have, like, Shang and Enchantress off of Zabu. Nebula felt fine in this deck. I honestly don't know that Nebula is very good in this core. Like, I think this deck is good. I'm not convinced that Nebula is better than just, like, playing Iceman, for example, though. Nebula is obviously very good on 1 in this deck, but her average power level, without any of the very express synergy cards, seems kind of middling. Yeah, people had played Nightcrawler in this list beforehand, but I don't know that I really felt like I needed another Miles enabler. Like, just Polaris and Jeff felt pretty reasonable, but Nightcrawler is also like a pretty generically good card, so I think it's hard to go too wrong. As far as more controlling shells go, this Destroyer list with Atuma felt great for Nebula. This deck was already playing Storm and Professor X, so he felt like she feels like a really natural inclusion into here to kind of leverage the strengths of what this deck is doing. And we also played this 2X Storm variation, where, like, we stormed and then Absorbing Man stormed that set up, like, one singular path to play, and this one felt pretty fun and reasonable too. Another kind of reasonable home for Nebula with both Storm and Professor X. At any rate, I'm going to go ahead and sign off for the day. Like I mentioned, I plan to be back at 9 a.m. Central again tomorrow morning on Wednesday. Appreciate everybody that hung out through the end, and hopefully we'll see you back again later this week. Chat, I don't know that I see anybody that I follow that's online streaming Snap. Anybody have Marvel Snap streamers that I should raid? I like to raid someone smaller when I sign off. Anybody see someone live that they also like watching that I should consider raiding? Look and see who put effort into their overlay on the previews. Ideally, someone doing English. I know there's a lot of great non-English speaking, but that just won't. People will bounce. People will bounce off of someone not English. Snap's got a lot of great, so a couple for this person. Are they English? All right, let's read them. Peace, folks.